Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, December the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. So you guys, and RC Bremen, thank you very much in our YouTube room. So everything looks good to go. You guys can hear me and see my screen. All right, guys, what's happening this morning? Well, Trib, these are the two big ones so far. Trib is up 86%. Had some... actually, a lot of news strengthening capital structure, but I thought they also had some news. This is the one I'm looking at. Rises on an order for 9 million HIV tests, but also agreements to strengthen capital structure and support growth initiatives, et cetera. So they're pumping out a bunch of news this morning, and that is TRIB. The next high on a weekly chart is around 198. You can see if it can take that out. I know it's already up 83%, so it's getting close to that. Somehow, if it does that, because then the next high in a weekly chart is around 343, so there would be some room if it can take out the 2 level. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so if and when this runs out of steam, I cannot short this. Yeah, hi-ho. I know you're doing Santa Claus, William, but here's hi-ho, H-I-H-O. They have some news eyeing a German manufacturing growth bet. Okay. Low float, 3.2 million in the float, at as high as 169. Now, you look at this, I mean, right now it's underneath the 200-day moving average. I know it popped a little bit above it, but that is a 200-day moving average. That could stall it. But it's not, I mean, there's all sorts of areas where it could stall, so it doesn't look as enticing to me. OPTX. Now, I don't see any news today. This is news for, this is on the 16th. I don't see any new news today for OPTX. Got to be something other. Maybe it's just a delayed reaction to that news on the 16th. That's a big move, though. But again, looking left, the next high is $3 or so. I just don't see any news today for OPTX. Now, SOC, to me, this is just a rehash. I thought we had this news a few days ago. But the company said the U.S. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration approved the restart plans. I thought that was the news that happened here. So I don't know if they're just pumping out, rehashing the news. So Rocket Labs, RKLB, the stock, this is down about 5.5%, a little over 5.5%. So if you thought Rocket Labs was going to continue down, this is a way you can play it. You can buy this, you're going to get double the move. But remember, if Rocket Labs moves up a point, 1%, this is going to move down 2%. But yeah, this is the next high looking left. There's plenty of volume, so it's very liquid. Not saying to do it, I'm just pointing it out as an potential. Looks like $5 right there. And then the next high would be around 8. So ton of room if RKLB continues to move down. And let's take a look at RKLB, the stock. Yeah, so you can see it's down 5.7%. I don't think there's any specific news on it. I think a lot of these, well, Rocket Lab, a lot of these, I saw Saidu, a lot of them were down today. FJet actually, I actually took this trade sort of late in the day, just to scalp. I think got about $1.50 out of it. It actually worked out pretty well. And I was really toying with the idea of holding it, but I just didn't do it. I'm glad I didn't. Thinking, what if I wake up today, it'll be $50. This is actually shortable for me now at Interactive Brokers, 156,000 shares. This is the 4th day of trading. So there are shares available at Interactive Brokers. I actually looked at this right around here thinking, why don't you just short some? But I didn't do it. All right, thank you, William. So William's going to keep the room. So I'll be taking off. Sometime between 2 and 2:30. William will keep the room open until 3:45. He said that is Eastern time, all times Eastern. So Saidu's done a financing, I think. Saidu did a financing announcing $1.35 a share, raising $25 million at $1.30 a share. So it's just a little bit above that financing price. A lot of shares coming in the market. CTEX, CETX, they did a financing. I think it's at 250. So right at the financing price, $2 million they're raising, 800,000 shares. So they're doing a financing and they're right at the financing price of 250. That is for CETX. Some profit taking, I guess. I mean, here's another one. I mean, a lot of these space. Well, this is not space. I'm sorry. I always think it's space just because it says lunar. I always want to think it's a lunar, something to do with space, but intuitive machine. So it's not. But two fantastic days, really, because the day before on Friday it closed right at the high, and it also closed right at the high yesterday. But I guess there's some profit taking right now for LUNR. I don't see any specific news on it. So other than profit taking, oh yeah. Well, we're all part of the empire, aren't we, Ozzy? The British Empire. So it's the British Empire is Boxing Day. So yes, in Canada, yes, we do. ZIM, guys. ZIM, ZIM. This is pretty higher. The company says it received proposals from multiple parties to acquire all outstanding shares and is currently evaluating the offers. So that is ZIM. NVO. So I guess their obesity drug, Wegovy, has been approved following FDA approval of its Wegovy pill. So that is the big news for Novo, NVO. Big float, probably a billion, yeah, 3.3 billion in the float. So that's a big move, 9% with that float. Yeah, not just, you're right. It's a pill instead of a shot. You're absolutely right, William. So that's a big deal. Next time looking left for Novo, NVO is it's almost right there. It's going to take a bunch to move it. 3.39 million in the floats, a billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. It's traded 6.6 million now. And when I say a bunch, I'm talking a bunch of volume. The way to QBTS is moving down. So here's another way to, if you want to short QBTS, you buy this one, you get double the move. Another one of these ETFs designed specifically for a stock. And in this case, it is QBTS, the stock, QBTZ, the short. Well, not one earnings play. Okay. I guess we're finally out of earnings season, William. Blocking you. Why would we block you, SKM? All right, guys. See, this Lunar, I think I put a price alert on Lunar down the low of yesterday, right down here. See if it holds it, because I don't see any reason for its moving down other than some profit taking. Obviously, 2 straight days of closing, 2 straight great days, and also closing right at the high of the day. That's pretty good. All right, guys. Well, let's see what else is happening. ADGM. Let's see what this one's all about. ADGM, pretty ugly looking chart. Just the little gaps here. Yeah, I'm stretching here. Only 11,000 shares for the GRDX. Surge. Haven't seen this one for a while. SURG. Let's see what it is doing. SURG. Another ugly looking one. Say ugly. I mean, the little gaps. And again, that's because, look at the volume, 23,000. Yeah, so slim pickings. We've got TRIB, TRIB, still near the high of the day. And hi ho, HIHO. Yeah, I mean, the problem I have with this one, though, the 200-day moving average is not that far away. And all this to the left, I think TRIB probably is a better, we're looking maybe for one of these ones pulling back at the open and then zipping up. I'm just going to, she's just You're going to put it in HYMC, not because of, but it just made a high here, guys. Well, it's right at yesterday's high. HYMC was a big one from yesterday. I had that thumbnailed on my other monitor. I was just going to type it in, and then my gap uppers. She is saying HYMC. How's silver doing right now? SLV. The silver plays, actually, they were pretty good still. A lot of them dipped. A lot of them did dip. Wow, iRobot. So it finally did get off Nasdaq. Wow. All these people who, well, the craziness of what it was doing a couple of weeks ago. Craziness. Okay, totally discuss it, FinFan. See, that's a truncated version. That's okay, in my opinion. Well, let's see. We will be watching Trip for sure. This is the only one that has some room that I can see. So I totally agree. This could be the one if it pulls back. Could have the rip. It did get above the 200-day moving average. Okay, I'm wrong in this one. Oh, it was the other one. It was high ho. So it's way above the 200 days. So that's not even an issue. Okay. It was a high ho that was kind of close. And it's all about the float, 12 million Irish stock. or out of Ireland anyway. So we're in for an open that is a little bit lower than yesterday's close. I think there was some. I posted a bunch of stuff from the economic calendar. I think there's Richmond manufacturing coming up at 10 o'clock. Let me. I think there was stuff happening at 8:30. That I mean, I'm noticing. Look at the SPY chart at 8:30. Yeah, the 8:30 bar. And I think there was some stuff at 8:30. Real consumer spending. The real consumer spending is what I see at 8:30. The red book at that was at 8:55. But we have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, consumer confidence or CB. Again, there's so many of these data points now. So we might have some action at 10 o'clock in the SPY also. All right, guys. Now the market, everything was up yesterday. So I want to take a look at XLE. Just going to a couple of the major sectors, see where they are. So XLE, it's hanging above that 200-day moving average. XLB materials. Okay, so it is still that's moving away. It was underneath for quite a while, but moving away. Staples, consumer staples. I don't think staples. Yeah, still moving away. So I think consumer staples might be the only one underneath the 200-day moving average right now. Look at the dividend. Well, I call them dividend plays. Look at utilities though, getting very close, very close. And typically, when the market's a little bit, I don't know, call it iffy. People look to these stocks because they have a lot of these utility stocks have dividends, but in disfavor right now. The screen, I mean the closed captioning. It started last week. You were here last week. You don't have to have it. You can just exit out. Some people like it. Some people don't. I have it disabled, so I don't know why. I do have it disabled. Ah, okay. Thank you, William. Maybe that's it. Also, so this HYMC is right at the high, just a little bit underneath the high of yesterday. Got to do it. Got to put a price alert in that area. They actually had some news on its own. It wasn't just a pure silver play. They actually had some news on its own about some kind of a strike. In a vein, okay, a silver vein. They struck in their vein. Oh, all-time low. I read this. I thought it said AMC Entertainment stock hits all-time high. I'm going, what? So all-time low. I'm hearing Mamo, guys. I mean, hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. Look at the pop it had. It got all the way up to 832. Right now at 384, down 23%. Uh, They popped on this news here, announced the plans to expand their dealer network, et cetera, et cetera. So it popped on that news, and then look what happened after that. Hopefully, nobody got hurt by that one. Not to be confused with AMC, but here's AMCI, and it is still, yeah, it is still giving it up after two fantastic days. When all the robotics were in favor for two great days, but it's starting to give it up. 359. That was last week when it started its surge. Could be a trillion shares, yeah. And I know there's still people hanging on because it's going to do the fantastic short squeeze. Bottom line is, I mean, movies. Like who go? I know, hands are going to raise, but who goes to movies?
On the website telefilm.ca, they say young people are the biggest ticket buyers. 85% of Canadians.
Okay, hey Google, stop. Okay, men's guys. Yeah, let's see what's happening with men's. Men's had a pretty amazing day yesterday. Crawled off the mat, got up to 770, closed down here, 467, was halted several times. You heard that? That's hilarious. I didn't say, I can't, hey, Google, I didn't say that. So I'm not sure why she got activated. But that's the problem. There's just few and far between. There's some, yeah, that are you got to go, like maybe the Mission Impossible, things like that. But there's just few and far between. For the blockbuster type movies. Anyway, there's a reason AMC is almost. What is the other one? What is it? Cinemark. Okay, what's CNK doing? Yeah, I mean it's not quite in the same, not quite the same as AMC, but look. All right, guys. Well, it's 9:23, so I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment as I first of all save my layout. All right, as it's loads. So this is what I use. This is my 9:30 layout, as I call it, 9:30 Eastern time. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this pre-market active is up. It's the same as the my previous layout, except it's only the top six. Okay, top six. So I think I've mentioned. Actually, didn't mention JFB. Let's take a look at JFB. What's the volume like? See, that's why. I mean, the volume is putrid. 25,000 shares. I mean, it could fly. I mean, it could fly once the market opens. Expects this is the news on it. Expects Q4 revenues to increase by 119% versus last year. So I mean, it could fly once the market once 9:30 happens, but right now there's only 25,000 shares traded. Very low float. Wow, 1.5 million. So this is actually, I'm gonna watch this one. Once the market opens, I mean, the volume could explode. That's the J. And here's you're just talking about OBJTAI, JTAI. Okay, deep, good volume, 1.2 million. And the news on that one announces planned joint venture with Choo Choo Express for the data center campus. Okay, that's your JTAI news. And I think we talked about the other ones, TIVC. I think we talked about TIVC. Well, maybe we didn't, because I'm looking at 32 million. Wow, that's a lot of volume. TIVC up 25%, kind of resting right now. I don't see any news today. News yesterday. Well, this was last night. At least this is where I see it announced. CEO acquires 9,400 shares. Okay, well, it's not a huge amount of money. At 187 a share. Blockbuster. I mean, when you think about it, Blockbuster could have been Netflix. So HYMC guys, HYMC. So we've got Trib. We do have Trib to be watching, I guess, on the open. See what happens. See if it pulls back at all. And then HYMC taking out to yesterday's high. It's right there. Yeah, well, last week, we sort of talked a little bit about BlackBerry and Sony, and Apple. From the brink, they survived, but certainly Sony and well, at least Sony is still a company, but these BlackBerry and Sony had the market, and you look at Blockbuster had that market. You're right. I didn't realize that, William. Netflix tried to sell itself to Blockbuster. Wow, less than. Oh, God. Isn't the guy from the chair? Well, whoever used to own Blockbuster, didn't he own the Dolphins, Miami Dolphins? Fin fan, you must know that, or one of the sports teams anyway in that area. I thought. Okay, guys, there's HYMC is now above. Well, it was anyway. Look at the pop, and then it came right back down. This is what it did yesterday. Yeah, when Wayne Huizinga. Yeah, I remember him now. Huizinga. Okay, whatever. Wayne H. Okay, give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, we have about 30 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great now. Remember, I'm gone for the rest of the week. So this is it for me this week or today. So I'm gone for the rest of the week. But the room will be open tomorrow. Obi will open the room tomorrow. And I don't know how long William or Obi will keep it open after all day. And then the room will be open on Friday. Obi will open the room on Friday. So, but I will be gone. All right, guys. Now, this is my go-to scan, my multi-strategy or my gap scanner. Okay, my go-to scan. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45, and that is by design. Doesn't mean that we'll get something at 9:45, but we will not get anything before 9:45. You will start to see some stocks here. Yeah, I saw the quants. The quants were kind of weak. RGTI. So the quants were weak. TBTS. Nope, not going anywhere. Just going away from you guys. That's all. USAR, precious rare earth. USAR. Let's see what's happening with this one. FJAT guys. Now, it is shortable for me today. Let's see if there's any. Yeah, a few have been snapped up. The last time I looked, there were 153,000. Now there's 143,000. So here's FJAT really giving it up. Let's see if 20 holds though. You did mention the dip and rip, but has it? What did it dip to? A little bit of a dip. Let's see if it holds the 200-day move, not the 200, but the VWAP. Look at the. By the way, look at the market. Look at the market. The numbers. Did any numbers come out at 9:30? I mean, look at this market, guys. No, there's a dip and rip just on the market. Whew. Were there some 9:30 numbers? I saw 9:15 numbers or something at 9:15. I didn't see anything at 9:30. I'm just looking here at what I posted here in my economic calendar. I don't see anything at 9:30. I see something coming up at 10, but okay. Oh, I see what you mean. No 9:30 numbers. I understand. Okay, now well, something put a charge into the market. That's one of the largest bars we've seen, red or blue. Not saying it's going to last, but well, guys, HYMC on the move here. HYMC on the move. Took out yesterday's high and really taking out yesterday's high. But it is early. It is early. So I'm waiting to see if it's going to pull back at all. I mean, it was a very, for me anyway. I mean, I tried 3 times to get this stock yesterday and I missed it 3 times. Wow. May not pull back, but this, the spread is a little tough right now. 27.0. I'll just tighten up a little bit, but OPTX guys, OPTX, where are you? OPTX, here you are. OPTX is popping over 3 now. Okay. And yeah, this is the one I couldn't find any news today on. It had some news on the 16th. And I guess it's just on this day, it had some news here, and it's just, I guess, continuation off the news. I don't see any new news today on it. This was a news on the 16th. Receives new orders to make optics for day, night readable AR. Quadruple U. Yeah, to me, there's too much resistance between the current price and 16. So it's not as attractive to me, but it is certainly not a bad little move this morning. for you. So what we're seeing here's some stocks didn't see in the pre-market. Let's take a look at Lionsgate Studios out of Vancouver. Well, the next high looking left on a monthly chart is around $9, so it's not that attractive to me. Boy, F-Jet's right at $20 now. Remember this one, HXHX from yesterday. Wow, look at that, 40 down 43%. Not shortable for me, I'm sure, but didn't have a bad day. Closed relatively near the high of the day, but just absolutely giving it up now, underneath a dollar. OPTX seems to be the one, guys. I'm not in it, but OPTX seems to be the Trib is not. Well, it's pulling back. And our first halt of the day, DMRC. Oh, DMRC. Oh, I thought it might have been. I know, Monica. I know I could have. I'd rather do it this way. Just it's more fun for me. Don't know if this halted on the way up or down, but DMRC halted on the way down. Now, this was one of the crazier ones a few months ago, DMRC. Lion, Lion. Oh, that's again Lionsgate, right? Vuzi, 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 a bit of a move here, VUZI. Next high looking left on the monthly chart, pretty close, 340. So there's could stall there. All right, so Roblox is obviously having it's coming back. Okay. Roblox must be up about a point now, 1%, not a point, but 1% after being down. Yeah, well, I don't know, big recovery, but it's certainly a recovery for RKLB. Wow, didn't take it. No guts or something. I don't know what it is, but boy, I really I looked at that hard and fast. $24 to short F-Jet. They're being snapped up at Interactive Brokers, 109,000 now. When I looked a while back, there was 153,000. So about 50,000 have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, at IB, it's 231%. Williams' cutoff is around 300%. After that, he won't do it. All right, so I know somebody mentioned Lunar. So Lunar is actually coming back. So after, boy, that's a big one. $2, over $2 from the low today. You know what? Why not put a price alert at the high of yesterday? I mean, there looked like there was some profit taking place. There was no news on this one that I could find. I think it was just probably profit taking, but boy, it is strong, still strong. I was actually hoping men's would take out 5 and just keep ripping, but nope. I was going to probably try to take this one today, but no, this is on the way down. No shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. Now let's see what happened with this Mammo. Did it pop up? Okay, so this is halted. Yeah, so this was a halt on the way up. But boy, that was a pretty brutal pre-market action for MAMO. Popping on the news, getting up to 831, coming all the way back down to 329. How about roadblocks? So SIDU is actually making a move here, guys. So SIDU is making a move, and they did a financing. All right. So Trib is actually from us as in our AI. So let's just see. The high was 175. This was at 930. So that's the 930 high. Probably has to take that out to really get it rolling again. The monthly, of course, there's no issue on the monthly. I think on the weekly, yeah, you've got maybe some action around $2 on the weekly. Well, this has been a pretty steady one. This SLS from a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, pretty steady, moving higher and higher. SLS. Look at this market. This something put a charge in at 930, and it's so far it's maintaining. Remember, Santa Claus rally officially, whether it rallies or not, starts tomorrow, December 24th, and goes through January 5th officially. Well, Trib, so far. Now, to me, if it has any recovery at all, you're going to get a re-entry, and the re-entry will be at about 155, 156. Yeah, FJET is. I mean, I was surprised to see we had at Interactive Brokers there were shorts available when I looked this morning. It's the fourth day of trading. Wasn't sure when we'd start to see some shares available. At 24, I looked hard and hard and hard at that one. Would have been awesome. Yeah, the wave is still a little pop here, and then a short off right up here, 22. All right, NUAI, guys. Let's take a look at this one. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. NUAI, and the next high looking left is 465, and after that, 529. So a little bit of room if we can get through the 465. NUAI enters into a binding agreement to acquire Sharon AI's entire 50% ownership. Okay. That is the news on that one. Look at this is what happened yesterday with HYMC. I mean, very volatile early and really even late. I mean, it got up to 27.50 and then it right back, dropping $2 like that, back down to 25.50. A little bit of a bounce from that level, but well, I don't like trading in the first 15. All right, we do have 9:45 already. So Velo was a big one yesterday. So why would I take this one right now? No, because look at the high yesterday was 1631, and that is too close for me. Okay. Well, if I thought I could have put a stop on FJet and I could, and it would, and it wouldn't, power through my stop, I probably would have done it. But I just, didn't have this. Of course, you can't be certain about anything, but just in case, some irrational exuberance hit it again. No, so UMAX got room on the on the weekly and the weekly and the I think maybe on the daily. What's the high over here? 1238. Now I could be completely wrong about the Velo. It might. I mean, there is the high right there on 1636. What if it takes that out? What could happen? I mean, that would be as trading as the new Velo would be an all-time high, I guess. New Velo, meaning, remember, this stopped trading as Velo. Old Velo, I'm going to call it, in 2022. So it's not like I've had a. Now, this one, again, I keep thinking this is just a rehash of the news that happened last week, SOC. Next high looking left for this one. It's got some room. I mean, the high of 3 days ago, 948, 950. So it's got some room. Okay, this one on the move here, guys. EUDA, what sort of, it's got room. Okay, this has got some room. 281 is the next high looking left. The volume is starting to pick up. Not a crazy high float, but not low. Now these guys are putting them, well, they say they've had interest in buying their company, ZIM, but moving down now, gap up and reverse. Boy, keep an eye on the EUDA. I mean, just because look at all the room it's got to the next high looking left. That was yesterday's high. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I don't know what happened to it yesterday. I don't recall seeing it at all. And they did have some news today. Launched a stem cell therapy platform. Opens their first clinic in Shenzhen. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's out of China, of course. Wish I knew why it had the big tank yesterday, though. I mean, this was 281 and it closed down here almost at like 120. That's a big move down. So doesn't give me a lot of confidence in this bounce. But Well, I'm getting a bit of a lag on my charts today. Interesting. I haven't had a lag like that. BBLG, guys, there's the VWAP. Takes out the VWAP. It's got some room. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around the VWAP area, and that's for BBLG. Low float, very low float, 1.7 million in the float. Well, so much for Trib, guys. This is not a pullback. And okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. So HYMC is bouncing off 26 now, or actually the 2550 mark, HYMC. But Trib doesn't look good at all right now. I got to admit. I mean, you never know later on in the day, but it's now underneath the VWAP. So it's underneath the VWAP. Now, remember, we're just talking about the EUDA, and look what's happening to it now. Boy, are you guys getting lag in your? I'm on a development version of Trade Ideas, and this is the worst lag I've seen for a while in charts. No lag. I'm on a new development version. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of. I don't really even look at this, so I don't know if that's taxing it. Well, let's see. I mean, sometimes at the beginning of the day, when you get overlap, like all the data coming in at 9:30, sometimes, and I'll take that, but I just haven't seen lag like this for a while. Yeah, this is too much. Too much. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to ask the other traders at Trade Ideas to see if they're experiencing the same thing. All right, guys. Yeah. So there's the ZIM, guys. So ZIM is yeah. This is I don't like this. It's the intraday. The daily, weekly, monthly are fine. It's just the intraday that is a little bit laggy. There is an issue with the charts. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Yeah. Okay, acknowledged by Steve also. So we'll get the dev guys. I haven't. You know, we used to have a problem with the charts, but that's several years ago. I haven't even thought about it until today. Yeah, that's too long. That's just too long. Let me just, I'll just reset, just try that again a couple of times just to see if anything really charts that won't even load. Okay, guys. So AST, oh, so that just got halted. ASTI just got halted. Okay. And it just opened. ASTI just opened, guys. It just opened and popped. No, too bad. Didn't get below the 524. Okay, a little better now. A little better. Okay, not fabulous, but a little bit better in the loading. Keeping an eye on the ZIM. I mean, the low yesterday was 1933, so it's got a lot of room. And this is just basically, I don't know if we could just want to call this like a rumor, and in quotes, competitive proposal to acquire all outstanding shares. Whether it's true or not. So, Rick, when you say you have to keep on hitting play, you mean after the race is over or during the race? If you can hear me. Okay, it's a little bit better now. A little bit better now. I did a few resets. I don't in the account section. Go to account. I don't know if that helped. I don't know if they've done something on their end, but it's a little bit better now for me anyway. So, Rick, did you hear me? Well, that doesn't help. What I need to know is when you say you have to keep hitting play, is it during the race, before the race is over? If you're running, say, a 5-minute race and you have to keep hitting it to keep it going? During the race. Okay, well, that's not good. I haven't had a race up. I'll load a race, okay? So in fact, it's 10 o'clock now. So go over my homepage and I'm going to load a race just to see on my end. I haven't been running races for quite a while now. Actually, well, there's a little downturn in the market. So the consumer confidence. So there were some numbers coming out. The Richmond manufacturing and look at HYMC coming right back up. Almost like one of these ones where do you have faith that it's just going to be a nice swing trade? Okay, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And I'm going to run a race. I want to see if it's the same for me. But before we get to that, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can get 25% off everything. Okay. When I say everything, we've got 2 monthly subscriptions for standard and premium. And of course, we have annual subscriptions for standard and premium. You'll get 25% off. Now, if you take out a monthly subscription, you get 25% off the first month only. Okay. 25% off the first month only on a monthly subscription. Of course, 25% off the entire year if you take out an annual. So all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the use of these promo codes, so they see my code being used enough times. They don't mind keeping the 2 rooms free. Okay, I'm moderating a YouTube room and a main room, as I call it. And so for those of you in YouTube, if you don't know, there is another room called the trading room. It's more action in there. There are more traders in there, more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a little more activity, you can come into this. It's free also. Okay. And this room is actually open at 6:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open the YouTube room at around 8:30. I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. And why so late for opening the room? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So 3:45 a.m., a little too early for me to do it. So Obi in the trading room. Thank you, Obi. As always, opens the room at 6:45. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later if there are questions. But when I do leave, William typically will keep the trading room open, and he says he's going to keep it open. I think he said 3:45 today. But I have to shut down YouTube completely. So again, for the YouTubers, you can always come into the main room. Now, this is the trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. So let's get back to this. So if you do take out a subscription and first thing you must do, you click on the education section, the more info. Very first thing you do is the getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory you do that first. Don't have trade ideas but wondering about the product? Well, start off with that second video and go to the end. Again, 12 short videos. You would only do 11. That should give you an idea about whether or not something you might want to try, at least for a month. Okay. You can always stop after within a month or after a month if you don't like it. Back to basics. New to trading for you. This is free. 15 videos, free videos for you if you're new to trading. I always forget to do this. Sorry, Steve. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down to the bottom here, and you can also get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Don't see it in those 2 folders, and contact us. We'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. All right, looking for my information that I'm currently sharing. It's called the scan section. They're not all scans, but so here are a couple of races. I'm going to load one of them. I want to see if it's happening to me too. So here are a couple of races, large cap gainers and wide open gainers, we'll call it, very volatile. These are large cap gainers. So a couple of variations of the race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Look at LW continuing its way down after earnings a couple of days ago. Pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. That's what I use in the pre-market. That's why we name it pre-market actors up and down. Um, the gap continuation or reversal scan is here. And you can see how Trib has just reversed completely. Halt resumes down here, not too active today. By this time, usually it's full. Stocks that have volatile stocks that have moved up too much or down too much in a short period of time, they get halted. And I have a couple other scans. I don't have them up and running, but I have a momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. So this is what I'm sharing right now. I do not have a layout that I share. The way I like to do it is you can kind of pick and choose a la carte what you might like. No, I'm going to run this area. I'm going to get this raised. See what's happening. See if it is delaying for me now. All right, so it's going to start. So I'll see if I have to stop or start it. Okay, just want to check it out. Now I would say that it's improved. So the devs are saying they don't see any bottleneck on their end regarding regarding the charts. Okay, I'm just watching this. So far, I haven't had to restart it. Are you still having the problem, Rick? The only other thing I could, I mean, I don't know if this helped me at all, but I went to help and sorry, I went to account and then I reset the connection, hit it about 3 or 4 times. Sometimes that can get it rolling. When you say nothing yet, you mean you're not, so it's not looking like this. You have to keep restarting it. Why don't you give me your, you know how to give me a cloud link for it so I can run it on my end also just to see. Oh, it is better. Okay. All right, US gold. Okay, let's just see. Now, unfortunately, the next high on a daily chart is around 2231. A little bit close because, I got to wait for a 22 break, number one. That's why I do things. And then 2231 is a little too close. So, too bad. It's a gold play showing up in the gap down and reverse. I kind of like these ones, the gap down and reverse, and the stock is positive. So it's not gapping down and reversing, and it's still super negative. All right, guys. Well, hi ho. You know what I'll do? Maybe today we'll run this race here. I'll put this race here. Okay. And all I got to do is let's move this over a little bit. Now this, okay, so that was the 200. This was the one that was near, well, near. It's not near anymore. The 200 moving average breaking through the 200 day. All right, guys. Well, let's see how well it holds over two. It holds over two. Well, I might take this trade. The high got up to 221, so there would probably be a bit of a scalp. Just watching to see it. Well, come on, hold two. I'm gonna put a price alert around 211 or something. Trying to hold two. Well, okay, trying to hold two, guys. It is trying to hold two. I'm talking with the HIHO, HIHO, low float, 3.2. Look at the volume. Wow, 77 million, 15,000 times normal up to this time of day. What's the news on this one again? I can't actually remember. Something about maybe buying a company in Germany. Does that make sense? So Pepe, Steve said he did a restart of Trade Ideas, and he said a major improvement after a restart. All right. Well, HIHO did not hold so far. I have a price alert around 211. So okay. So that, yeah, for whatever reason, it's the server we're on, Pepe, I guess. because some trade ideas, like Andy said, his was fine. Chris said it was fine for him. Yeah, this is acceptable for me. The loading. So, if I'm going to run this race, I better explain a little bit about it. If you're unfamiliar with the races, a top 10 list will be built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And so you can see Hi Ho and Trib have won a couple of have won a race, one race each. But you can also see what's happening here. These are stocks that are moving. Now, I know I looked at UMAC earlier and I just missed it because I thought there might have been a high too close, but it obviously zipped through that high. So Unusual Tech, maybe do a reboot. I know it's a pain. The only reason it's a pain is that you lose all your original alerts if that's important to you. But before you do that, maybe go to your account. Okay, go to account and hit the reset connection about 4 or 5 times. Okay, before you do that. Okay, saving that, saving that. Okay, Harry T did it. Saving that. If that doesn't work at all, then you might have to just reboot trade ideas, exit, and then come back in. That seems to be the fix. What's my take on LW from our YouTube room? Boy, it's still weak, isn't it? Another week. I mean, earnings, it's been just steadily down. I mean, it had earnings on Friday, down yesterday, down again today. I mean, is there any support? I have to back out the monthly chart to see where's the next low. But this has just been a brutal earnings release. Where am I now? Back to 2020. Okay, so it looks like back in March of 2020, the low was 3506. So that is the next low looking left on a monthly chart. So in theory, it still has room to keep running down before it's going to hit, say, a monthly support. I don't know about weekly, but it's. I mean, what can you say? It's super weak still. So I don't know if you're looking for a bounce play, but right now there's no bounce. Trend is down. Look at the orange wave. Trend is down. So William in the main room, quick rag, is saying, in his opinion, LW will have to break below 40 before a chance of a bounce. That's his opinion, of course. But right now, there's no way. I mean, it's just, it's weak, just weak, weak, weak. SOPA. Let's take a look at SOPA. 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 Pretty ugly looking 2-minute chart. Up and down, up and down. Ah, shoot, I missed a couple of our. These are ones from our AI, CCCX. Yeah, too bad. I was distracted. I did not click on it. I should have. Not bad at all. And even the IMRX. Let's take a look at IMRX, see what it's doing. And the next time, see, for me, the next high, just all these little areas, it could stall. It's not clean. I mean, if the next high up here was up here at 777, probably be all over this right now. But for me, all these little areas, it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to. All right, so the SPY is bouncing back, bouncing back. So we had the big, big, big move, and then we had the some numbers, consumer confidence, and Richmond manufacturing, et cetera. Numbers came out at 10, but market's bouncing back through the VWAP again. Okay, for the SPY anyway. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Qs are just, Qs, SPY is really flat. I mean, nothing's happening. Really, nothing's happening. The Dow's up just a bit. Qs are down a bit. SPY is up a bit. So not much is really happening. Okay, crazy one alert, guys. We haven't seen this one for a while. We saw this last week. AFJK, AFJK. This is today's crazy one, obviously. Well, first of all, it's nonsensically crazy. Look at the volume, 22,000 shares only, and it's up 66%. It just got halted. Potential open 60. But I mean, it's ridiculous. On 22,000 shares. Now, it may explode on volume when it opens, but man, oh man, that's really ridiculous. All right, now guys, AZI. Then wow, it's got room. 431 obviously obviously, but it's the next high looking left. 436. That was yesterday's high. Look what it did though. It closed right at the low of yesterday, so it's above yesterday's close. Of course, that's why it's up 16 cents, and it's on the move a bit. AZI. Now, I don't know if you're still in this one, Grumpy, but FJet looks like it might get a little bounce here off that 19 mark. It looks like, orange, 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 flattening out now. The orange is flattening out, so there's consolidation now for FJet a little bit. And now the issue could be, well, the VWAP is far enough away. It's around $20, so certainly far enough away if we're going to get a bounce in FJet. Are you still short, Grumpy? Or are you done? Boy, there are a lot of shares that got snapped up and still haven't been covered at Interactive Brokers. About 60,000 now. And how do I know that? Well, when I looked this morning, there were about 160,000 shares available. Now there are only 90,000. Well, so much for that bounce. Hope you're so short. So much for that bounce over 19. Okay. METC, guys. METC, METC. Let's see what's happening with this one. Wow, nice little move here. Big volume came in on the METC. But it pulled back immediately, got up to 1815, pulls back to 1750. Really? SK? Hmm. I never stir my coffee. Never. So you might hear it pouring my coffee, but I never stir my coffee. Mr. Boynd? Yeah. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, boy, there's not much happening now. Going to keep an eye on this race, see if anything new is showing up, or is that LT? Yeah, I see the HIHO trying to come back a little bit. I'm definitely going to wait for a 2 break. Okay, the only reason, KJ, is that are you clicking on an AI alert from our AI? That's when they're grayed out. So are you clicking on an AI alert? And that's where, because if you click on an AI alert, they are grayed out because the AI has its own stop, if that makes sense. Okay. So let me know. Okay, good. That's the reason. Good. So the AI has its own stop, so it's not going to generate a smart stop like everything else will. Well, you know what? I mean, there were 2 nice ones from the AI. I mean, Trib, I mean, you never know. Trib could come back. It has to get to about 155 and then it would trigger a re-entry. Boy, FJet just absolutely I really thought it might have a nice bounce off the night, was it 19 or 20? I think it was 19, but not even close. It's like an all-day short now. How about FJet, not RJet? Ooh, is there something wrong? Okay, just give me a moment here. Oh, I have RJet. Phew. I thought, oh, there's something wrong with our charts because I thought this was FJet at 21. I'm looking at my chart at 17, but I'd accidentally typed in RJet. Okay. Well, SOC, I didn't take it because I thought it was a little bit too close to some areas that it could stall. But look at that, it got through that high. So the next high now is 948. Well, let's see if this holds 9. The whole number. The low there is 892. So let's see if this holds the whole number. Yeah, so that's last week's high, 947. That's the daily high. That's last week, of course. So has some room. If it can hold 9, just hold 9 and move from there. Maybe rest a bit and then get some volume and move. Has some room to about a 50-cent move. Not saying it's going to do 50 cents, of course, but at least it has some room. Ah. All right, where did this open? AFJK. Where did this open? And did the volume? That's crazy. The volume didn't even really pick, okay, the volume picked up. 10,000 shares got added. It's crazy. Up almost 100% on 33,000 shares. Nope, SOC did not. It reminds me of the HIHO. Did not hold the whole number. Not yet, anyway. RZLT, I saw it here earlier. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere anymore, so I'll have to type it in. So RZLT, okay, Resolute. Well, obviously got a ton of room on the monthly chart. Lots of room on the daily. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of room on the daily. Well, this is, yeah, I mean, and then last week's high was 225, so it's a little bit above that. And of course, that's the same up here is probably the same up here. Yeah, so that is your, I mean, it's got a ton of room. I don't know if there's any news on this one. It's probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 75 million in the float. You're kind of chasing it now. I wonder if it could pull back to the VWAP area. That might be a little better, but you know, it could still move. Obviously, it could still keep moving, but you know, in my opinion, you're kind of chasing it now. Okay, guys, I'm just checking. Can somebody, you don't mind just clicking on our news tab? Some at Trade Ideas say they have news in here. Now I'm on a development version, so again, it may be. I know they're trying to rework the news, but I definitely do not have any news, and I've clicked on various. Well, do this. I've clicked on various symbols, so I don't have news. Ah, okay. No news on the latest dev. Okay. So a fly was a gap down and a reversal play, but pretty choppy, very choppy. Nothing, not smooth. Well, the two ideas that I was trying to get in, well, hi ho, I guess, okay, at least it's back to two, okay, and the SOC is back over nine at least. So those are my two ideas. Yeah, I'm on a I'm on a development version, and so the development version it does not have news, and they're really trying to revamp the news. So that's why. So forget what I said. Okay, forget what I said about news. Okay, guys, SOC. Now it got over nine, the 911, 913 right now. Let me bring it up on the chart here. Okay, so it got up to 920, pull back a little bit. Man, I'm really interested in this SOC. It has a little bit of room to the about 950 or so. All right, guys. Does it have? Is it going to run now? I still think this is a rehash of the news that they put out last week. Well, I thought RZLT is just a little too extended right now for me, Ragu. All right, we got a little move here now for the SOC. Now, because it's gone a little bit parabolic, I've taken some off. Okay, I've taken some off. I know it's still blue here, but it's gone a little parabolic. I'm also, a little well, not concerned, but the 948 is getting a little closer. That is the next high looking left. So I just want to protect, take some profit, and now I can hang on for a while. But you can see how it's gone for me anyway on the 2 minute chart. It's gone parabolic on the wave. The wave is wide, and the bottom of the bars are out of touch now. They're not touching the top. That for me is a sign for me anyway to take some off. Yeah, look at high ho. Just you know, got up to the two level and then just broke down below it again. Today's sort of a day in which I'm saying to myself, just take what you can get, which I know sounds, well, isn't that the same every day? Not necessarily. I'm going to be a little more quick to take some profit and all. Grumpy, I have to get rid of that. You know I have to. Somebody asked me in our YouTube room about LW. Well, the best thing I can say about LW is that it's kind of basing, you know, but it's still weak. So underneath the VWAP, William says he'd probably take this if it broke down through 40, get it around if it got down to 39.70 or so. But I mean, it's just basing right now. You can't get that past me, Grumpy. I know exactly what you meant. All right, guys. Fly now. So Fly is coming into the VWAP. Okay, maybe that'll hold it. Maybe. So yeah, I'm out of the SOC. I mean, I just so I did okay on it, but I'm glad I took some off near that 930 level. Don't have any faith on continuation today. How about CYCU? Let's see. CYCU. What is this one doing? Cycurian. Yeah, financing. Wow, here's another. Well, here's halted because of news. NCL. Yuck. Wonder what news on this one is. All right, guys. Well, yeah, look at the SOC now. I mean, it's yeah, there's just not a lot of continue or follow through for me on most of the things I'm looking at. I did okay on this one when it popped up to the 930s, but see the minute it started losing touch, like the bottom of the bar losing touch with the top of the wave, that gets me a little anxious because that's when I start to think, okay, it's getting a little too parabolic, and people are going to start taking profit, like I did. Hey, how's Metsi doing? All right. Well, if you look at Metsi right now, METC, it's sitting right on the VWAP. Will that act as support? I mean, SOC is right back up again, but boy, oh boy, it is. But METC is sitting right on the VWAP. Will it act as support, or is this it? As they're going to break down through it. A lot of shares available, 2.68 million at Interactive Brokers to short if I wanted to. So they had some news today exploring a rare earth partnership with Mulberry Industries. Okay, so that is the news for METC. No, I'm looking at it as a short opportunity. Well, I mean, we don't know. If that purple line you see in my chart is the VWAP. It's in the VWAP area. Maybe it's trying to hold it, act as support. But the more it breaks down through it, the more it becomes maybe a short opportunity for me. I'm just looking at that purple line there. Wow, F-Jet. Yeah, too bad you're still not in it. Nowhere. Staying home. Let's see, guys. Let's see. It's still hanging around the 17 mark. Don't really do the Christmas vacation anymore. Like to stay home. Just hanging around that 17 mark. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll put a price alert at 1691 underneath and put one on top, say 1714. Bracket them and see, maybe we'll get a direction if it takes either of those out. STEC. Wow, big move here for STEC, guys. 22%. Anybody want me to go over this race, explain the concept, and how you get a race? I mean, I'm sharing this one. This is on my homepage. Haven't been running races for a while. I wanted to run the compare count for a while, but I think I'll go back to running races for a while, showing you how they work. So STEC, STEC, not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. So, oh, I see what they've done. They've officially changed their name to Bit Ventures. Okay, and they will be changing their ticker tomorrow. It'll be BVC tomorrow. Okay, so STEC no longer tomorrow. It'll be BVC because they've completely changed their business plan. Well, it's almost impossible. So I got a couple of questions in the YouTube room. How to find a stock before it makes the big move? Well, it's obviously it's a challenge. I mean, nothing is going to tell you that a stock is going to make a big move before it actually makes the big move. Okay. Depends what you mean by a big move, though. A lot of times, we'll see stocks in the pre-market that have moved 50, 60%. Market opens and, at the end of the day, they're up 100 or 200%. So So it depends what you mean. But if you're asking me, well, stock all of a sudden starts to pop, there's no way to know that's going to happen. I'd love to say, well, Robert, here's what you do. But this is actually not a bad way to maybe find stocks that are maybe starting to make a move. Okay, Robert, and using the race. Okay, maybe. So what you're seeing here in this race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So let me explain this. So when you say 8.75%, what that means is since the race started, I'm running, boy, I haven't done this for a while, get my spiel going. I'm running a 4-minute race, okay? And you can run whatever time period you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. And why 4 minutes? I don't know. I just chose 4 minutes. Way back when the concept of racing, when we introduced racing to as part of something you could do. So since the race started, ASTI has moved 10.5%. It's up 45 cents since the race started. So that's a little over 2 minutes ago. Okay. And that's why you're seeing it right at the very top. BBLG has moved 2.6%, etc. But you could take a look at anything that's in this list right now. Like take a look at ISSC. Now, does it mean it's up 2.8%? Does it mean it might be getting started? Maybe, but we don't know for sure, Robert, right? It's impossible to say, yep, this is going to start to move. But, it's been super active over the last, since earnings, as an example, okay? But let me get back to this. When the race is over, there will be a winner. And automatically, a top 10 list is built for you, okay, of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that ASTI has won 3 races. ASTI has won 3 races. Now, if you load this from my homepage, you're not going to see your race starts when you load it. Okay. Normally, what I do when I was running the races, I would have this load at 9:30. Okay, Eastern time when the at the 9:30 open. So this would be full already, because what happens is it creates a top 10 list for you of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So this has 26 seconds. Unless something dramatically happens, ASTI is more than likely going to win this race. And so you will see it'll be in the top position because it'll be the 4th race. So METC just took, so it's going to win this race. And you're going to see it float right up to the top, and that 3 will turn to 4. Just wait for it to be over. Okay, so you see how so now ASTI has won 4 races, hi-ho 3, etc. Okay, eventually a top 10 list will be built for you. And why is that? It can be interesting, especially if you're new to trading. Gets you to focus just on 10 stocks over the course of the day. And you can click, DZZ won a couple of races. Click on it, see what's happening with it. Maybe something is interesting happening, maybe not. It's underneath the VWAP. Okay, this is a gold double short. There's the METC. It won a race earlier in the day, and now remember we're talking about what will it do at the VWAP? See, to me, there's a sell flag and a buy flag. So it's still kind of uncertain what it's going to do. But you can kind of see by using a race, maybe, Robert, because number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. Okay, you see something that's maybe moving up, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's just starting. Now, let me take a look at this UAMY as an example at 606. So if you're a VWAP type player, you might be looking at this and going, wait a minute, look what it's doing. It's still up. It's up 8.5% for the day, but it's pulling back into the VWAP. So stocks you see here can be actually decent pullback plays too, depending on if you're a VWAP player, it's pulling back into that purple line right there. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might be looking this and thinking to yourself, thinking to yourself, well, will the VWAP act as support? Or maybe you've got a moving average that you like on your charts. Maybe it's pulling back into a moving average. The stock in here doesn't have to be at the high of the day. All that is really happening is that in the list of stock, and I'm going to show you the list of stocks, it's moving the most. So here's the HYMC. This has been a challenge. There's no question this has been a challenge, but here we go. High of the day. But it has been a challenge. I mean, it went from 27.35 all the way down to 25.28. But right now it is again making a new high for the day. So the question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up here? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click and open the top list, so this is the top list window that the race is based on. But why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in this top list window and configure, if a stock is between $1 and $50, the volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's only criteria. So I mean, a lot of stocks would meet that, but what I've done is I've limited to just the top 50, and you can see right at the bottom here, there's Pally at 2.6%. Remember, it has to be up at least 2%. So what the race does is, well, first of all, what a top list, and you can still use a top list like this. Let's say you just wanted to find the stocks that are up the most today. So based on those filters with, minimum volume and price range, etc., HIHO is up 131% from yesterday's close. That's what the C percent is, changed from yesterday's close. ASTI is up 58%, etc., all the way down this list, okay? So what is interesting about a race, though, what if Zena, for whatever reason, ZENA, it's up 5% right now, but what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started moving up this list of stocks? Okay, I'll explain in a second how you can get the VWAP, okay? ProGem. What if Zena just started to move up for some reason? How would you ever know that? But that's what the race can do, okay? So when you ask Robert, how can you find something, I mean, it's still going to, these are still going to be at least up 2%, but maybe they are just, and look at METC now. Remember, it popped up and now it's popped right back down. But maybe one of these stocks is just starting to make a move again. And because the race, member doesn't care whether or not a stock is up the most from yesterday's close, all the race cares about is what stock is moving up the most in this list of stocks since the start of the race. That's all it cares about. So here's the STEC. Now the STEC happens to be near the top here, but that doesn't mean that one of these stocks down here, I know this is a CCCX from our AI. What if it really, starts to move again? It's up 5.6% right now, but what if it's up 6%, then 8%, then 10%, moving up this list of stocks? Well, how would you ever know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and see which one is moving? But that's what the race does for you. Again, it doesn't, it has no bias at all of whether or not it's up the most from yesterday's close. It just cares what's moving up the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks. Okay? Yeah, the indicators come with trade ideas, yes. Okay, so that's the concept behind the races. And they all start, so you can create your own top list window, okay, with your own set of parameters, and watch what happens. You right click and then launch real-time stock race. And when you do that, that's when you'll get to, and I'll show you in the guide, but that's when you can determine in the stock race how long you want the race to run. I'm running 4-minute races. When you want it to start. You want it to start in the pre-market, you can do that. I've decided to run my race starting at 9:30, but it's customizable. So if there are any questions about this, just let me know. And I'm going to show you in the guide about races. Okay, because everything I've just said, probably going to forget. So, but if you go to our user guide, Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then go down, scroll down a little bit, go to the education section, click on the more info, and then up here, whoops, up here is our user guide. Let me expand it just a little bit. Here's our user guide, and you will notice stock races. All that here's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay, now you can have, I've got two races that I'm sharing, so you can have this race if you want, and also a large cap version of it, which will not be as volatile. You will not see gigantic moves percentage wise, but you know, it could be a little easier. They could be a little easier to trade. So indicators, how to get that indicator, you know, the VWAP as an example on the chart. So if you right click on a chart, right click, I'm hoping this is what you guys are going to see, indicators. Now, I always struggle through this, you know, if you're using the browser-based version, this is what you're probably going to see. And if you scroll down, you see where it says VWAP. You just click on VWAP, and here's how you can color code it. Okay. Obviously, my VWAP is in purple. And I want it in the main chart area. I want it in the main chart. So you can pick the color. Okay. And then add it. So that, now let me make sure if you're not using the browser-based version, yeah, so it has a little different look to it, but it's the same idea. Just go down to VWAP. And then, you know, modify colors. You just, it's a palette that'll show up. Okay. You pick whatever color you want. And that's how you add the VWAP to your chart. And other indicators. I mean, here's all the other indicators that we have. Though I understand that some of them may not be available to you, but in theory, these are the indicators that you can, and I don't ask me, I have no idea what this means, demarker. Okay. But that's how you can add indicators to your chart. So, you know, the idea also is if you start running enough races over the course of time, you're going to get used to seeing maybe the same symbol in here, but all of a sudden you see something you haven't seen at all during the course of the day. So here's one I haven't seen at all, SUUN. Click on it, see what's happening. Just click, just see what's happening. Oh, William, what am I going to do without you? Well, this won't last forever. There's probably an expiry date for one of us. I don't mean the ultimate expiry. All right, guys. Well, the HYMC again. This is not an easy. It's not easy. ASPC, okay, big pop. Yeah, another SPAC. My gosh, SPACs of no, what's the volume like? But terrible. Look at that, Obi. I mean, look at the volume. 68,000 shares, up 70%. This is like the AFJK. The FJK. It's not a SPAC, but well, it is a SPAC. That's right. It is a SPAC. You know, what's the volume? At least the volume has picked up somewhat, but you know, in the pre-market, I often scroll things down to remind me what I could have done. And I have for FJet, I have scrolled down. You can have all you wanted to short around the 24 level. Wow. Now, Robert, there is something I could give to you also. Okay, what that might be interesting to you. I don't have it up and running. Let me just see what I can. Um, Gap. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, so you'd have to run this at the beginning of the day, of course. Okay. Um, so what it's looking for, it's restricting the gap. Remember now what the gap is. It's the first print of the day. So the open cannot be. So the price cannot be more than 3% above yesterday's close. Okay, yeah, on the upside. Open cannot be more than 1%. So it's restricting the gap. You're not going to see a stock when you when you get the first alert. You're not going to see stock that's up like 5, 10, 20, 30, 100%. You're going to see something, but the current volume is still pretty good. So it could be starting out. Current volume meaning that it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares. So the volume is going to be good. Here's my price range I'm looking at. This thing. I'm going to have to get rid of that. I thought it said I would have to get rid. So I don't know if you're interested in that. So it basically restricts the gap, but it's still an active stock. Yeah, I can share it. I have to get rid of that custom formula though. So just give me a moment. Because custom formulas do not copy. Yeah, so I can give this. Let me. Okay. So I mean, it's possible that these are stocks that are, especially at the beginning of the day when you get these alerts, they could be stocks that are just starting out. Could be. No guarantee, of course, but they could be. Yeah, I'm just not seeing a lot. Even SOC, I thought, last time I saw it was at 930 something, but it's pulled back down. Let's see how close it got to that high. Yeah, look at that. So it got up to what, 937, and the high right there is 947. So within a dime of that, and that is stalling it so far. That is the same as last month, I believe. No, it isn't. $10 is the high of last month on a monthly chart. Okay, guys, let's see. Just thumbnail. Boy, that should I or should I not? FJet. What that was 30 odd dollars at one point yesterday. 31.21. Cut in half now. Flip a coin. Yeah, no kidding. Flip a coin. Still shorts available, but boy, there's no covering yet. 160 down to 72. Hardly any covering at Interactive Brokers. People just holding on to their shorts. No, 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 no. Didn't want to open that. It's just my browser. So ProGem, did you understand how to add any indicator, not just the VWAP, but any indicator to your chart, including the VWAP? Or did I do it too quickly? I can do it again. Talking to a ProGem in our YouTube room. Yeah, there's your open for ASPC. Again, only 90,000. Now it's going to pick up. The volume will pick up, but are you using the wave, Ragu? Okay. See, it's possible. You see how, I mean, I can just barely see it on the 2-minute chart. You see it, that purple line is the VWAP, but it's, it's probably buried in the wave now, as an example. Okay, so that's probably, if you, for instance, the wave is just a toggle on and off. So why don't you disable the wave? You can put it back on. I'm assuming if you click on the indicators right there, you see where it says trade wave. So if you uncheck it, see now I can see my purple wave. I can see it very clearly, the VWAP. Okay, don't worry, you can easily put it back on. It's just a toggle on and off. So let's see. So if you get rid of the wave, you see it. I've been not necessarily. Oh, if you do ASPC, because it's so obvious where it is right here. And I don't know what color you're using, of course, but the minute I put the wave back on, you can see how you can just sort of see a glimpse of it here, but it's in the wave actually. I suppose if I put some, I don't know, yellow or something like that, maybe it would show up. So that might be the reason why you're not seeing it. Man, this SOC is well, you know what? If it takes out that high right here, 948, it has room to 10. Not saying it's going to get there, but it does have room. Well, I can see you've got other indicator. Well, let me take a chart, okay? Because I don't want to take this. So let's just make sure. I'll do it step by step. Are you using the browser? Well, you have to be using the browser-based charts because that's the only way you get the wave. I'm going to duplicate this, okay? I want to just and let's do it step by step. How do I get rid of it? Ah, no, 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 no. Okay, give me a moment. I have to. Okay, so I don't have the VWAP on here. Okay, on the daily. So if I want to add it, well, first of all, I'm going to go to. We'll get to the browser interface. Okay, so click on that. So we're on the browser interface. I'm going to add. I'm going to add the VWAP. Right click, indicators. Go down to VWAP. What would stand out a little bit? Probably. Well, I'll keep it black. I just want to see. Okay, so I'm going to add it. I can see it. I can see it right there. There's the black line right there. Not terribly visible, but I do see a black line right there. So it has been added. Well, but you're talking here, right? The edit. Never done it this way, so okay, you do have it up in your version. So when you say that, so it's okay now? Just give me a moment. I have to find out where. See, I'm on a development version. I'm always wondering. I mean, it should be virtually the same, but the bottom line is, were you able to add the VWAP? You're not talking to me, Pepe. Okay, so oh, I see. Because you saw the screenshot. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. So the question though was, you have to be. I mean, to do this the same way I'm trying to do it, you right click and use browser interface. So you have the wave on your chart. So we are looking at the same thing. Okay. You're using this version, which is, I mean, it's okay. You don't have to be using. So you're using this version, which I go, and this is what you see probably, right? I mean, you can still do that, but I thought you were on the version that has TradeWave, which is you have to be using the browser-based version. So if I go to then I add, I mean, it would still be about the same. Okay, so that's why the screenshots look different. If you want to do it the same way I was doing it, is you right click on your chart and use browser interface. So you'll know you're in the browser interface when you have the wave on your chart. One day we'll only have, I know Pepe doesn't want to hear this, but we'll only have browser interface. They'll be the only chart. It's too confusing. Hard for me to see this. All right, if you're on the browser, click just to, for my, click on the indicators tab. Okay, not tab, but the indicators icon. Okay, and click on TradeWave. Not that you have to do that, but want to make sure you're on a version of Trade Ideas that is going to at least give me the same menu look. Okay, so 5.6.104. I don't know. I have no idea how old that is, but Pepe wouldn't still have this indicators and have it look like this. No. So if it doesn't look like this, you probably, that version does not have new indicator manager. Okay, that's probably the reason. Okay, so you probably want to download a later version of Trade Ideas from the homepage. Okay, because you're on a sort of a bit of an outdated version, I guess. Grab the beta, as Pepe is saying. Grab the beta from the homepage. It's fine. Okay. Look what I did. Meanwhile, SOC just completely and utterly ran away from me. Son of a, fill in the blanks, guys. Shoot. That's okay. No, that's okay because other traders might want might have the same questions. They're just too shy to ask. It burns me a little bit. The SOC, though, running away from me when it took out that 945. Time is it? 11:27. So, okay, I'm just confirming it'll be Andy today in our YouTube room taking over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay, so in about half an hour from now, Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me. Boy, FJet is just what a all day short. Still moving down, just continuing to move down. Nobody, there was only one little pop up here that I could see that maybe buyers were getting interested. You see how it was right here when it was kind of consolidating on the 2 minute, a little bit on the 5, and then it had that pop, and I thought, okay, well maybe it's holding 19, and maybe it'll have a run again. Not even close. That was a fake pop, and just a continuation, continuation down. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, back again. Back again. Now, remember Velo at the beginning of the day? Velo was just, well, actually, Velo it was down for the day and then it got up for the day. And now it's down 11% for the day. Amazing. What a challenge on that one. And there are shares available, 39,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Time is it now? Half an hour. Well, I've sort of missed it, but also the spread got a little crazy. 54. Well, yeah, I'm going to back off it. That spread is going to keep me out of this trade. If I knew that it was going to get down to the 1238 level, sure, I'd take it. The spread wouldn't matter, but I don't know that that is what is going to happen. So All right, guys. Met C. Well, it broke down here, and obviously got room. I mean, the low today is 1561. Market is still strong, guys. The market look at that blue wave up, and it's still holding near the highs after that initial look down here at 8:30. Looked like some data came out. I guess drove the market down, but then when 9:30, massive move. But then look at that, came right back down. But then since around 10 o'clock, I think there were some numbers that came out at 10 o'clock, and that has basically driven the market higher and higher and higher. But when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Bone Biologic just took out the VWAP, guys. And this is a very low float, 1.79 million in the float. Just ran away. So if you want to make it more aggressive, Dragon, I mean, you can take it and instead of a new high or new low of the day, you can make it a new 5 minute high or a new 5 minute low. Okay. Because, and I think I actually have a version like that. Just give me a moment. I think I have a version like that. Because what has to happen, of course, is that, for you to get the alert, it has to make a new high or a new low for the day. Just let me see. I'm pretty sure I have could have sworn I had thought somebody was using man, I could have sworn I had a gap version that instead of a new high of the day, it was it was a 5 minute high or a 5 minute low. Somebody have it. I'm pretty sure somebody mentioned they were using it the other day. And if you have it, maybe you can pop it in the room so I don't have to try to recreate it. I can't believe I don't have it. I know I used to have it. Here we go. Gap reversals 5 minutes. No, it wasn't showing up. All right, you can try this. Okay, yeah, you can try this to see what you think. Okay, so instead of the stock having to make a new high of the day or a new low of the day, it could be a 5 minute high. So imagine that a stock is reversing, but it doesn't have to take out the high of the day. It could just be a 5 minute high. You can try it. Okay, that's going to get you. It's going to get you earlier, but you may get a lot of. You may have to tweak it because you may get. Okay, so I can give this to you. I just found it was giving me, just a little too many alerts, but you know what? You can always tweak it, so I'm gonna share it with you, okay? All right, guys. Sorry, Met C. I'm sorry. I am in this one. I finally was able to get some. Well, it wasn't that hard as I was finding that gap continuation. I do understand what you mean, though, because that's why I created it. I thought, man, maybe it's better to see it before it. If I have to wait for it to take out the high of the day, the low of the day. But then I found that I was just getting too many alerts, and so I'm not expecting big things out of the Met C, but you never know. Some of these things can be sneaky good. Yeah, well, we really don't have a Discord channel. We haven't had an official Discord channel for several years, probably, Teddy. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:38. So I have about 20 minutes left, and then Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. No, I understand, Teddy, but it's not really active. I understand there's still something named that, but it's not. It's just not active. I mean, somebody might be in there. I know there's some guy who has, I think, sort of an affiliate of ours, but all right, guys. SPY is still tough, hanging in there. We talked about this one a little while ago, guys. This power bank core, Sun, SUUN, and let's see, what sort of room does it have? Not a lot, unfortunately, not a lot. Well, you're looking for a cheap one? Sorry, XTKG just got halted on the way down. Okay, well, it's not halted on the way up. Wow, it was it got halted. It was at 96 cents, and now it's at 38 cents. Ooh. which which could be a good thing, William. I got a little greedy on the Metsi. I probably should have covered it. Going to give it a little more time here. See if it falls again a little bit. The Metsi. Oh, well, I was short, okay? So covering if you're short a position and you want to get out, hopefully for a profit, the term is you covered your short position, okay? Covered. That's the term, okay? No, nothing to do with risk management, no. Just, it's just a term that's used, covering my shorts. You're not gonna induce it down again. I mean, the yeah, not options, no. All right, go wow, F-jet. I know I'm gonna say that all day. Oh, wow, F-jet. Another new low or close to it anyway. All right, where did this thing open? ASPC, but now it opened on the way down. Yeah, it's still, I mean, the volume is, well, it's picked up somewhat, but yeah, that US AU, US gold was actually not bad from, I didn't take it because I thought there might be too much resistance. But we had the alert at 10:09, 21.92. I see it got at least up to 22.45. And just speaking about it right there, look at so how is gold doing? I might get well, obviously gold probably is up, but is it moving up? And the answer is yes. So you can see USA, U, another company that pounced on that name with a gold symbol. Ah. No, well, is this up or down? AFJK. So it's actually halted. Sorry, yeah, halted on the way up, and that's the AFJK volume is it's picked up now. First time we saw that one was about 20,000 shares. All right, guys, took myself took myself out of it. All loss on that. Had a little gain, and I just on the Metsi. PCLA 412 TV today. Okay, I'm trying to decipher what you mean by that. PCLA. Oh, total volume. Oh, I see. I see what you're talking. The total volume. 415 million right now. Yeah, 38. Yeah, so it's a 38-cent stock. That's indicative. Massive volumes. 1,200 times normal. Who knows? Yeah, maybe it's starting out. Maybe this is one of those ones you look back a month from now and say, "Man, I could have had that at 38 cents." I just don't look at anything under a dollar unless somebody points it out to me. Remember last time we saw Bone Biologics, it had a pop up and then right back down. Not seeing a lot of continuation, guys, and the things I'm looking at anyway. Trib, big disappointment for Trib. Now there's some shares available. Interactive Brokers, 14,000 to short. Chow. Is it under a dollar again? Yeah, just slightly under a dollar again. I remember some took advantage of the pops. Right, BENF. Let's see what's happening with this one. BENF. Haven't seen this all day. Really ugly looking 2-minute chart. You see the little gaps? Little gaps, just ugly. So why did I click on it? Well, I didn't know it was going to look like this. So you can see that top 10 list has now been built. Now, on some days, you'll see like the top stock could have won, 10, 15, 20 races sometimes. So, I mean, look at ASTI. I mean, it's just underneath the VWAP now, could not hold its gains. I mean, it's still up 30%, but could not hold the big gains. All right, FJet. Is this the time it's going to have a little bounce? Just over 16. You see a little buy flag right there, and it's actually as basing, consolidating. The orange wave is shrinking, and now is this the time where some buyers will take a shot at it? Well, I'm looking at just to see if this is finally going to have a bounce. I mean, it may not. I mean, just again, it's doing the same thing that it did up here. I think it gave us a little fake out right around the 19 level. Where is that? Right around the 19 level. It looked like it was holding, and then it had a bar pop through, and then nothing. I mean, I won't short this now. I mean, if anything, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's any sort of bounce in it. All right, guys, it is now 11:52. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over, and Andy's not there yet, but you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Not there yet. Sorry, guys. Copy two links at once. Okay, so there's the YouTube link. Again, Andy's, yeah, you're right. FJet is not, that was not a bounce. Definitely not a bounce. The same thing happened. I mean, this is, around the 19 level, we had a nice little breakout. We thought maybe that would be it, maybe, but nope. Sellers just came in and just slammed it down again. Boy, I mean, 778, that's your next low looking left. That was 2 days ago. Oh, no, what am I saying? Yesterday. I've been trading for, this is the fourth day of trading. First day that I've had shorts available. Look at SOC, guys. I mean, it's so erratic, in my opinion. Anyway, I mean, cannot hold even close to holding its gains. Ugh. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to what, almost 10, and then right back down to 925. These are big percentage moves. I don't know, Regu. I've never used it. I mean, never use it. I mean, I suppose some are using it to say, okay, here are my requirements. Volume is 100,000 shares. Stock is between $1 and $50, and let it try to build a scan for you, I suppose. But other than that, I couldn't tell you. I've never used it. If anybody else in the room has used the Chat GPT, and you're talking about from here, right? Where is it? Tools. Where is it even? GPT help. I've never used it. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I have seen some people trying to say, okay, build a scan for me, and here are my requirements. Okay, 11:57. So what I'm going to do is put the announcement up. I'm still here until Andy shows up, but I will put my announcement up. Never used it. Never have I used it, Raghu. I think that you can ask Andy, see if he uses it at all. Okay, he'll be in our YouTube room in about a minute or so. Okay, you can ask him if he uses it at all, and for what reason. I think people were also using it to see what we have. Like, how would I do? How would I make a compare count window, or I don't know, something like that. Okay, and I think that's how people could be using it, but Andy will be in a YouTube room in about a minute. You can ask him, see if he uses it at all. You understand? There's a lot of things that trade ideas, even though I've had the program for 15 years, that I haven't looked at because I don't need it for my style. I think I heard a little pop. Are you in the room, Andy?
I am.
Okay, give me one moment then. Okay, guys, so Andy is in our YouTube room right now. And so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And now, are you still in mourning?
Am I?
You still in
Oh
mourning?
man, no, I'm slowly getting over it.
Okay. It's funny because I didn't see the game at all, but when I saw it was tied, and then when I flashed it on, it said 3rd and 5, or at the 5-yard line with 28 seconds left, and I thought, okay, well, they can get a touchdown and tie it up, but obviously
Didn't
that did
happen.
not happen.
No, it sure didn't.
Okay. I don't want
Very.
I don't want don't want to make you relive it. So
Well, I tell you what, we didn't deserve it. We played pretty crappy, man. Yeah, our quarterback, well, the whole team just kind of floundered down the stretch the last two games.
yeah.
But oh well,
Next
you know,
year. Next
next year
year.
maybe.
All
Yeah,
right.
it was a good. It was. We did way better than everybody expected. So
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It's
So
expectation was so high though after going 11-0, and then
yes, yes,
boom.
that's what gets you. You just don't want to
Yeah.
finish that way. Yeah. Oh well.
All right, my friend. Well, listen. So you have a great Christmas and all, and I guess I'll say goodbye at 1 o'clock also. But have a great Christmas. I'm
Yeah,
off for the
you
next
too,
3 days
man.
after this. So yeah, I know. I think you're off on Friday, aren't you?
I'm off. Yeah, tomorrow and Friday. But
Okay.
so we will say our Merry Christmas and goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Andy.
All right,
So
Barry.
I'll take my leave now.
Yes.
Okay.
Have a good one, buddy.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right, hold on. Just finishing up a little chat here with somebody. Stephanie. All right. Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. This is the support webinar. So if you have any questions, be sure to hit me up. Otherwise, we can talk about this crazy market. And it's a really bizarre day today. I was just telling Steve, it's like, I have about 12 positions, 13. I got a few that aren't on here, but yeah, it's like two of them are going up and all the rest of them are going down. But yeah, yes, Dave, Todd, Merry Christmas. Uh, I mean, you look at the queues and you think, wow, everything's looking good. Amazon's the only one working for me. That one and this BHC that I picked up this morning that was on the Trader Eye list. But yeah, other than that, just some crazy moves. I was in this path. Everything looked good going into yesterday. Had a nice little pop. Looked like it may try to go through the 10-period moving average. Then it opens up and just gets clobbered. It's like, what do you do when you're a swing trader? You got to just kind of stomach these moves. But yeah, not a whole lot invested right now. Amazon, I do like the way this is potentially setting up for a good move. And that one's trying if it can get back through this level. Could be off to the races. I mentioned this how it's trying to break this downtrend. Finally got above the 50. That one's doing well. Tesla just seems like it's taking a break right now. Not doing a whole lot. Silver is strong. Semis been pretty doing decent. Yeah, semi's up 0.76, but just kind of telling. It's telling Steve. I actually meant to tell Steve. I dropped it in our sport chat. Just feels like a little Christmas limp. Where it's kind of just take a look at the cues. Yesterday was, although we're not far from yesterday's highs, but let's see. We kind of got a wedge going here. If I drew it, I think if we get it back above this kind of draw this line right here, you can kind of see it. We get back above that area, I think we'll be on the move and see that little Christmas Santa Claus rally. If I can ever get this thing to freaking set. Oh well, there it goes. Bitcoin's been struggling. It's trying to make a move, close its own highs. I did pick up some Bitcoin miners. I didn't put them in here because what I'll do in a case like this, when I'm a lot of times when I'm kind of picking an oversold level relative to what Bitcoin is doing today, I'll just take a position, put a stop in, and forget about it. And I don't even want to have it on my screen. But I bought Riot and then I bought CLSK because that one was overdone as well. But tight stops. I think I got a stop on this one at 1174. Just so it's either going to bounce or it's not. And you got that 200-day moving average, but that was just kind of an oversold bounce I'm trying to take. So I don't even put them on my screen. As soon as I buy them, I put a tight stop and forget about them. Kodak. Hope some of you guys caught that. That was a trader I actually trying to buy some more on a pullback there. I'm not sure I'm going to get it, but that was a nice little trade. I did scalp most of it. Got some left, trying to pick up just kind of a core position type trading. Trying to see what else. FLNC. I did scalp some of that yesterday. It's always nice when you scalp some out. Ran right to its 20-period moving average yesterday, and I scalped it. But still got my eye on that one. It's holding that 50, and this could be a high flyer. It's got a low float, high short interest. But I'm not sure what happened to the ARC stocks this morning. Maybe somebody knows out there, but gosh, they got Asan, Path, U. They all got slammed pretty good at the open. That's one that's beaten up. This is the one that's going to let me retire. If it could ever get going, you could just a push. Maybe if Bitcoin can get going, this thing could easily push to 250. And if it gets above that, you could be looking at a $4 move. I mean, that's a huge move if it ever gets it. But probably going to trade with Bitcoin. Last couple of days have been good, but today just giving a little bit back so far. This AQN was also on the I list. It's interesting, like the way that bottoming tail yesterday, putting in that kind of hammer and looking, maybe this was on the list, I think, to buy above 629. And unit, I thought unit may have a chance today. It still could, but do like the way this one is setting up. It's a textbook cup and handle right there. There's your cup and potential handle. So keep an eye on this one. I got to put you on alert maybe around 722. What's my view on AAL? Let's take a look there. Quick rag. I know the airlines have been doing well. It's probably a little tired. I mean, look at the run this thing's had. It's had a huge run. But that doesn't mean it can't get going. I do feel like with it kind of breaking down below its 5-day here is a good chance it may tag this 10 period moving average about 30 cents lower. I don't know if you're in it, but that I could see it definitely coming down to that area. Take a look at the others. Love has been probably the biggest move, and then that's setting up again as well. UAL, yeah, they've all been kind of strong, but you can see they're all giving some act. They're just tired. They're just tired. You can good time to when you see action like today, maybe don't think about jumping in today. Maybe put some an alert. At those 10 period moving average. You can see that's where it's been holding up well. But let's take a look at the weekly on this thing. Yeah, and definitely trying to, come out of a hole. You can see in the weekly is just kind of a good, nice little kind of bottoming pattern in these things. So they could have a move, over the next several months. Just feel like it's got a little bit ahead of itself on the daily there. But I would put an alert on that AAL right where I have it there, around 1560, around 1560. Maybe if it backs up, you have a well-defined kind of a support level. All this congestion right in here, and then only you'll have the 10 period moving average. And as long as it keeps riding that 10 period moving average, you can see every time it gets near it has a nice little bounce. That you have to assume that's going to continue until it doesn't. If it does break that, then you may have a backstop down here around 15 with a nice little hold number that you can also look. But they definitely feel tired today. Honestly, I don't know what's going. It's like the Q's still going to highs. I guess semis are doing pretty good. Let's take a look at the IWM. Not really doing anything today. Spies doing well. Probably steel's doing okay. Yeah, I say doing well. It's only up 0.3%, but still not far from all-time highs. see. Now this one is setting up possibly for this is one I may look to add. Like the way this is setting up. Wash Health, is that any kin to Bosch and Lomb? Great revenues, PE 7. Short growth has been coming down big time, so it's got hardly no shorts. But yeah, if it get back above this high, it's back above that. I'll just call it today's high. I'll probably add to that one. Core, what's the symbol on that one? Quick, Red. I guess I can put it in here and see what comes up. There we go. See. Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that it's holding this. Anytime you have two moving averages, you had a nice move on volume, right? And then a couple of so far dojis. And today could be a doji as well. But I do like, what I like about something like a trade on something like this, you have an easy stop. If it does break down below that 10-period moving average, which is at 77.81. So, that would be my stop. If it breaks, through 77.80, I would probably want to be out of that. But I do like, a nice move, decent move on volume and last 2 days holding above these moving averages. Uh, it's tough. It's ideally you probably want to catch that drive down this morning right at those, 10-period moving average, that 10 and 20-period moving average. But yeah, I mean, if you're in it now, I would just say, hang tight and use those two moving averages as your stop. If you're not, I'd probably just wait for a move back above today's high. Maybe that will happen tomorrow, maybe it will happen Friday, or maybe it won't happen. But you're kind of in no man's land right now. But no, that's not bad. I mean, it's definitely in a downtrend on the daily, but the good thing is you're back now above these two moving averages. Okay. Yeah, speaking of NVDA, it is one of the reasons the semis are so strong. It is doing well today. It's kind of what I want to see Amazon do. Still setting up pretty nicely. Tesla is trying to have an alert down here at the 5-day. If it comes down there, I might move that up just a little bit. Uh, ARQQ and QBTS are the bottom two there. Trader 77. But yeah, that sector not doing well today. AI stocks not doing well today. Oh, you're welcome. Mind Med. Yeah, looking pretty good. Steve trades us a lot. I think he might be in it. Not far from breaking out. If it gets above that. It could be kind of slow uh, tomorrow and Friday for sure. Doesn't mean that stocks can't go higher or lower, but uh, yeah, the volume definitely won't be there. Amazon feeling like it wants to go. Well, that's just you can't lately, boy. You, you got to take your profits when you have them in these things. That Rigetti had a good move yesterday, but boy, I tell you what, wouldn't be surprised if he gives it all back today. I'm gonna put some. Bear with me for a second. I tried that Asan just was thinking this morning that it was just going to be a drive down on these things and they were going to bounce, but boy, it's not bouncing at all. Yeah, I'm not going to ride it down that far. That's for sure. Same thing with Path. I just may have to let you guys go. Really frustrating. Thing can turn around tomorrow and just retrace that whole move. But what's going on with those things? But got to put stops in. That's for sure. All right, BHC. See if we can find any action today. Maybe something will just jump out at us. Now look at that little gold miner, Steve. Rail. I've seen that one go before. All right, let's put it just to see if we can find any fresh stuff coming through. All right, Tesla, where you at? You getting close? Yeah, you are. I'll just keep this over here in case something pops up. The big boys, we got NVDA obviously doing well. Google is uh, doing well as well, and Amazon. I mean, they're all pretty much green except for Tesla. So we keep an eye on this one in case it hits that 5 day. See how it reacts. Silver definitely outperforming gold again. That's for sure. my eye on some miners today, but gosh, well, that one finally kind of popped above. And Bitcoin just can't seem to get anything going, man. Every time it tries, the sellers just come in. Okay, Hassan. Well, it's nice moving that one today. That'd have been a good place to have seen it. Let's see if Hassan and Path can change its tune right here. I mean, probably the two biggest hit ones in the ARC sector. This is definitely setting up again. Had a huge print on the at the open. Was doing higher, much higher relative volume, but one to keep an eye on because it is back above. It gets back above this 20. Next high is up here at close to 50 there, so could get a little pop. Tesla, you got to be getting close, don't you? Qs are pulling back a little bit now. Tesla will probably get the alert go off. Okay, Tesla got broke below that 85, 485 level. There's the BHC alert. I guess you got to let that go to highs. For those of you guys who may follow the email we get, I won't be doing it tomorrow and Friday. It's just almost pointless. You're probably better served just not seeing anything. But I'm taking those 2 days off, and yeah, I just don't want to get up and do my homework tonight and get up early in the morning and get that out. But I will resume Monday morning. Be back at it again. And yeah, I'll definitely do it on like we'll be closed on New Year's Day, but the following day for sure. So I'll do it all next week except for the New Year's Day, obviously. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see this path. I may add a little more in here. Retrace them. That's a pretty big sell off that in the sun. May have just wanted to tickle the lows to wash out. 'Cause that was the earnings right here. Had a really good move after earnings. So I can't. It's hard to give up on this one. Boy, just not a lot out there today. I mean, some of these Momo stocks, but every one I look at, it's extended. Well, Tesla so far held that 5-day again. Never got the alert to go off. DJT alert. There's the 5-day down there. May have to nibble a little bit of this. Wish it was closer to the 50. Yeah, Kodak with a little pop there. Uranium stocks are doing yeah, not really doing a whole lot. What? Just it's really dead. Definitely expected this for tomorrow, but I thought maybe we'd see a little more action today. Nope, still might get my Tesla trigger alert. I guess I could cancel that order. Just leave it out there. Never know. Sorry, guys. It's just not a whole lot to talk about today. Let's see. IW must be pretty weak today. Yeah, nothing major. I can't believe my little alert there won't go off. AQN got above that little range, but I'm just not motivated. I did buy a little bit of that DJT at 77 off that 5 day there. And you also have kind of a little level over here. Alert. See if it can hold. Yeah, it's about a quarter size. So Qs are pulling back to their fast line, the 10 period moving average, see if it can hold. And Bitcoin looks like it's going to roll over again. What's new? I'm starting to think that thing's going to go to 70. There, finally got the Tesla trigger. Already got stopped out of two of those. I mean, one of those Bitcoin things that I bought, about to get stopped out of the other one. Small loser, but boy, Bitcoin just can't get anything going, nor the miners. Thank you, Three Sharp. Yeah, they very disappointed the way they finished the season. They looked very flat. Marcel's his last two games weren't good. Yeah, they just didn't deserve it. I think either one of those teams we're gonna get. We'll see what happens with Miami, but yeah, can't compete with Ohio State. But neither one of them looked really all that great on offense. They look great for 11 straight games. And then yeah, they need to work on their intensity in the last and maybe they just got worn out. I don't know, but yeah, they did. They just didn't have the same intensity and focus and swagger that they had in the 90% of the season. Yeah, Marcel can look so great at times, man, but then yeah, and other times he's like, "What the heck is he doing?" He's still pretty young though, hopefully. Yeah, he didn't look all that great either, man. He hadn't had a great year, but he did manage. He managed the game better than Marcel, that's for sure. Hey, but our volleyball team took the national crown. It's funny, man. I had never watched a volleyball game, and then on my Aggie website that I'm on, people start talking about it, and then I last 4 or 5 games. It's pretty exciting, man. It really is. I was getting into it. Those girls are good athletes, man. Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Was talking to Steve. It's like I got about 13 positions, and I'm like two are like up on the day. And the market's up. So yeah, it's just very very strange.
But on Monday, we were called, a whole bunch of us, to have a conversation with them. And they told us that they have a new CFO. The guy has come for one vote on the board. They did not
Andrew.
Hey, Barry.
So you didn't hear my wife in the background, I take it.
Barely, but
Oh, okay, good.
yeah.
Yeah, she's working at home with a fellow co-worker, so
Oh, okay.
a little bit of a
Wow.
noise in the background, but I'm glad it's not too obtrusive.
Not at all.
Not at all. So I heard you say I just caught the tail end. 13 positions you have, 13 or 14 positions. I just can't imagine that anymore. I
Yeah,
mean, I
that's
used to be a little bit like that, but wow, that's a lot. I
well,
mean, how do
yeah.
you?
I mean, well, what happens is you start accumulating them over the last few days and had a nice run, and then at times I should probably just bang out of some of them and get and just keep the 4 or 5 best. But I hate
Mhm.
doing that. As long as something's working for me, I
Yeah,
hate just to,
exactly,
yeah. So
exactly.
what ends up happening is I have a lot more than I should. Now that being said, hindsight 2020, I wish I would have sold sold a lot yesterday, but
Right.
it's
Now,
not
how do you
it's not a big
handle
deal. It's
how do you handle monitoring? Do you put hard stops in, like? Like, how do you handle monitoring? What
I
are
I
your
I
stops
typically
on
I
13 or
typically
14?
I typically will use alerts. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't yeah, I don't normally put hard stops in. In some cases, I do.
Like a price alert, so if it gets to that price, then you
Yeah,
know it,
I'll
and then
pull
you
it
wanna
up.
get out.
Yeah, yeah. Now I had, you know, I think 3 positions that I just got stopped out in. So I will use hard stops as well.
Mhm.
I don't put them anywhere near where it's trading at, right now because
Oh,
y
right,
yeah, you
right.
know how that
Okay.
works. So
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
usually pretty
okay.
far away. Yeah, but
Do you use Brokers Plus or to
no,
manage it
no,
all, or you just manage
no.
it
I
from
just
within your
trade.
broker?
I don't. I just trade out of my Schwab account and my
Okay.
Merrill Lynch account. Yeah, I just
Merrill Lynch. Merrill
yeah,
Lynch? They
yeah.
still around?
It's a 401k that I set up for my wife years ago.
Okay.
So I'll go in there. Free commissions. That's one thing I love. And
Yeah, but is Merrill
yeah,
Lynch still a broker still? I mean, I haven't heard Merrill Lynch's
they're
name
under
in
they're under
years.
the Bank of America umbrella now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Bank
Okay.
of America bought them out. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Well,
Mm.
thank you for the little education there.
Yeah.
Because Merrill Lynch. I mean, they used to be the biggest ones going.
Oh yeah.
Merrill Lynch was
Used to be
the
huge.
so yeah.
I can't remember if it happened during the financial crisis. I guess it probably did. I don't
Potentially,
know.
yeah, back in
Yeah.
2008, 7, 8,
Yeah.
9, whenever, yeah, it's
Mhm.
probably that's when it happened. Because I had a buddy who worked for Merrill Lynch, and
I think it was. Yeah.
yeah. All right, my friend. Well, listen,
All
you
right.
have a great Christmas and all, and we'll see
Yes,
you
you
next
too,
week.
buddy. Yeah,
Yeah,
Merry Christmas, everybody out there, and I guess I probably need to say Happy New Year too, because I don't know if I'll talk to you
yeah,
until after that. So,
exactly.
all
Okay.
right, buddy. Well, have a good one, Barry.
Okay. Thanks,
All
Andy.
right. Bye bye.
I'm just waiting for Andy to leave so I can get the stage back. There we are.
I thought I was going to cancel the calls in between, but we can definitely chat a bit about it if you guys have any questions. I think you said
Give me a moment.
Adam, well, see, yeah, it must be away, have been advancing a little bit.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just let me get rid of my announcement and get my music going and head into the home stretch for me. Okay, guys, so I see that FJet did not bounce. It continues to move down. Trib was a mess, so this did not do anything we thought. So, Rick, getting back to you and your race. So, in other words, you really many times you just got maybe one or two stocks in your race, and you're just wanting to monitor the stock that way, as opposed to using, say, an alert window. Well, it's sort of interesting, though. I mean, you would just see one stock in the race, and I guess that would really draw your attention to it, I suppose. But uh, I've never, I've never even thought about using a race like that because it's not exact. It depends what you're looking for. Also, if you're looking for if you're just looking for the stocks that are moving, like that stock is moving. But if you're looking for making a new like what would be your trigger if you a new high of the day or what in your opinion would be your trigger? Because it's not really real time. I mean, it's sort of, but it sort of isn't. It's ranking the stock moving higher at the start of the race or from the start of the race. Yeah, so you're talking that PCLA, which is a real cheap one, right? Of course, you're interested in from 1 penny to $2. Really interesting, yeah, yeah. I mean, jokingly said, later, we may look at this stock a month from now and say, man, we could have had all we wanted at 47 cents. Well, that's what I mean. It can be called a race, yeah. A race against time. But, he's not limiting it to this type of race, but yeah, I mean, the issue with something like this, though, I guess, I mean, if it went from 32 to 36 cents, that's a big percentage move, but it's only 4 cents, and that it may stop. I mean, obviously, in this case, it didn't do that. So you could create a scan that will show you stocks, in your price range and making new highs of the day. Um, I actually had one called penny stock explosion. Yeah, but yeah, that's a little higher for you, but $1 to $30. Float is no more than 2 million. Yeah, this is not quite a penny. I don't know why I have this as a penny stock explosion. I would have to. All I'd have to do is just change the price range. I think it was more a low floater. That's what it was. It's not named correctly. It was a low float explosion, perhaps. But we're right now, guys. Let's see, half a day tomorrow, so we're really starting to slow down. This is man, an earnings play today, guys. APLM. Look at the volume, 18,000 shares. It's really strange to me that it would only be trading 18,000 shares on the day it has earnings. I mean, it just doesn't trade at all. Well, guys, just kind of playing up the string here. Go over my homepage one last time today. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, what are you going to see? Well, right at the very top, you'll see a way in which you can take out a subscription. Okay, so you can get 25% off the first month only, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of either a premium or standard subscription using my code Barry25. Okay, so I ask if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate 2 trading rooms, a YouTube room and this room right here. So for those of you on YouTube, and this is, heads up because the YouTube will not be up tomorrow nor Friday. Obviously, Thursday is Christmas, so it would not be up. But YouTube, there will be no YouTube stream tomorrow or Friday. But this room will be open. The trading room will be open. So you might want to save my homepage link. And if you do want to, you know, still talk trading or talk stocks with other traders, this trading room will be open tomorrow. And if you scroll all the way, almost all the way down off my homepage, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you're not getting it, you don't think you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? And if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing to do is click on the education section, click on that more info, and 12 short videos that'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free. 15 videos, okay, if you're new to trading. Well, I have no idea if it's a good. Well, it's only half a day tomorrow, okay, Rick. So if you wake up late, you might. It's only a half a day trading tomorrow. So it's over at one p.m. Eastern time. So 9:30 to 1. So it depends how late you wake up. All right. So now, if you do click on my homepage link and you're looking for, wait a minute, you're looking for my scans and top lists and all that. Okay. Here is a couple of races. Now, I am running this race right here. The biggest gain is from the start of the race. This one right here. I do have another race. It's a large cap gainer. So this will not be, you'll probably not see anything, usually nothing even more than 1%. Okay. Because they're large cap stocks. Here you're going to see some pretty, you can see some, well, you saw earlier, some stocks were up like 20%. So this is a lot more volatile of a race. So it's up to you. You can run them both if you want. But here, so I'm showing this one now. Movies to the upside versus movies to the downside. You can still have it. I don't have it up and running right now. Pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And momentum and the combo scan, don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. This is Pepe's combo scan. And the Halts resumes is over here. So here's all the information. I do not share a layout as such. You can kind of pick and choose what you might want. Oh boy, SOC. Boy, FJet looks like it's going to take out 14 now. Remember, 12 something is the low, the next low looking left. What a fall from grace. Be interesting to see, well, for you guys anyway, see if it does anything tomorrow or on Friday. Well, let's see. Anything happening on these? Any one of these? DCZ. Market is open half a day tomorrow. Half a day. Half a day. Closes at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. 1 p.m. Eastern time. Boy, FJet now underneath 14. Unbelievable. And again, that low, there's the low. Oh, 768. So it still has a way to go from yesterday. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, KJ. Well, this is a big miss by me. I mean, I just thought there might be a little too much resistance, but boy, that 3 days ago, Nico, or 3 days ago was the IPO. I can't tell you what it was, like what it came out at, like what it was IPO'd at. Is that what you mean? It was $10? Okay. The reason I can't tell you is that it wasn't listed as one of the IPOs on my IPO calendar. This is what I'm talking about. You know, we had the USAU 1009. That was the time of the alert, 2192. Beautiful move. I just thought there'd be a little too much resistance on the way up, but not even close. Not even close. Can you immigrate to Canada? But I mean, this is just an absolute free fall. There's been two what I call minor attempts for FJet who have, maybe finding some pops, but not even close. Not really. I mean, just minor pops. And the spread has been really good. I mean, a nickel spread on a stock like this. Not that I'm aware of, but okay, guys. Here's HYMC. Just made another new high. Made a new high for the day. HYMC. But again, this is not smooth. I mean, just look at it. Look at it on a 2-minute chart. Even on a 5-minute chart, it is not smooth. And by smooth, I mean if you look at the penetration of the bars up through the upper end or the lower end of the wave, what I want to see, and this is certainly on a 2-minute chart, not smooth at all. So yes, it may keep ripping from here, but well, I'm going to just check to see what dilution tracker has, because sometimes they'll have that information, but just give me a moment, okay? No, the float is 13 million outstanding shares, so the float is 13 million for FJet. I don't even know if we have float. Well, we should have that information. Yep. So it is 13. Yeah, but they don't have the short float either. Their percent. They don't have the short float percent. It's probably just too new. And to be honest, I don't know. Well, there could have been maybe Centerpoint, Cobra, Trade Zero. They may have had shorts available in these first 3 days, but I did not have shorts available until the fourth day. So consequently, I'm not sure how bang on a short float percent would have been anyway. It opened at no, on its IPO day. It actually opened at, yes, I'm sorry, you're right, 976. No, it opened at 997. Okay, it opened at 997. That bar right there, that little line right there, that's the open. That was the close. Okay, so close below the open. It did get up on that day. It got up to 7. I remember that it got up to 17, and then it just sold right off. And you figured, okay, that's it. Then look at the next day. I did nothing. Actually closed down here, and then it was only yesterday in which it just absolutely jetted up. No pun intended. And look what it did. It closed at the high. Also, it closed at the high. Not only did it jet up, but it actually closed right at the high of the day, which is something else. I traded this. At the end of the day, I actually traded this. I didn't have that many shares, but I made about $1.50 on it, and I thought about holding it overnight in case I woke up to maybe it being $100, but I didn't. There's just, and I can tell. I've said this, so there are 62,000 available right now at Interactive Brokers. This morning, when I looked in the pre-market, there were 160,000. So there's been very little, at least in Interactive Brokers, they have very little short covering. Very little short covering. Well, that was the issue, Miko. It was it's not so much that where you're going to put a stop, and I could have woken up to it like a massive gap down. It didn't have a massive gap down, but it did gap down. But it could have opened like way down here too. So yeah, I just decided, why am I going to do this? Even if you had 100 shares, I could have been down like eight to $10,000 just like that. Actually, not that much, but okay. Not on 100 shares, but you know what I mean. And you're right. It puts a bit of a sour taste in your mouth when you wake up to that. So I thought, you know what? Why do it? The idea, and really, the reason I was thinking about it because this was the first big day, and sometimes these things can have at least one more big day, but in this case, no. Yeah, I'm surprised. This was from our AI. I did my video on this one. Excuse me, the CCCX. It's a SPAC, yeah. But is it? Is it, Obi? I mean, I keep seeing this one over and over again, and I keep thinking that the merger has been done. It's some kind of a Bitcoin play or a crypto play. Well, we all can relate to the SMX. SMX. If you just look at it, never mind this over here, but fairly recently, this stock was. Well, I don't even know what this was, but it was almost zero down here. You can't even see it, and it got up to $400, and that was in the base was right here. I mean, it based at 63, and I'm 100% sure people would have thought, okay, that's it because it came from. I don't even know what it came from. We'll call it $8 to 63, and it just sort of based. You figured, okay, that's it. But look what happened after that. And I'm sure most people thought again, okay, 164, that's got to be it. And then the next day, it's up to 500. Crazy. Ooh. Oh, it's lottery. It's a lotto play. There's no question. I mean, these are lotto plays. I mean, so if I were going to do it, I would not be taking many shares. So it is a post SPAC conversion, Obi. So that is correct. But what did they do? They kept the same symbol though. They didn't because this is this Churchill Acquisition Company, right, which has a lot of SPACs. So that's what I am confused about. And it still says it's a SPAC down here in the business summary. You too, JTB. We'll see you next week. No, the room will be open, but I'm gone till Monday. The room will be open both on tomorrow and on Friday. Obi will open the room, and William will probably keep it open later. But I'm gone. That's right. Citron is behind that one, isn't it? They've been trying to pump that one. It's the triple CX. A Merry Christmas. Thank you. Why did this have to be so hard to trade for me anyway? SOC. This is what, a nice gentle move up to this level when I had it would have been awesome. All right, Amen. You talk about these sort of things all the time. KYTX. You're always finding these ones with upgrades and so the offering was at 750. I see what you're saying. So they did a financing at 750. 133,000 shares at 750. This is who is this? A director? Seidenberg. So is this what you're calling an offering? At any rate, whatever we want to call it, it's over that 750 price. Yes. What? A bounce? Is this going to be a bounce for FJet? It's amazing that nobody has stepped in. Even for like a dollar, just for a dollar bounce or something. It just has not had anybody interested at all. So YCBD, I think, had earnings yesterday. I believe it did. Cannabis play. Oh, 2 days ago. Okay. Actually, yesterday was your reaction. It was post market the 19th. So I'm sorry. That was last week. Last week. Speaking of cannabis, let's take a look at MSOS and what is it doing? Probably doing nothing now. Probably giving it up. Yeah, look at that. All the hoopla about this one. Legalizing legal. No, well, not quite. Well, Fly is trying to come back. So a lot of these aerospace companies, got hit today, but trying to come back. There's the VWAP up here, 2669, so very close. Will that act as resistance? Okay, on the way up. Will that act as resistance? Because this was considered a gap down and go on my gap scanner. And that's the exact reason why, even if you don't want to short, some of these gap down and goes can turn into bounces. And that's exactly what happened here. Using it like a watch list. So STEC is 110 races, ASPC is 110 races, but STEC is, I mean, this is one of those ones, 8 million in the float, a lot volume today. On the monthly chart, of course, a lot of room. On the weekly chart, yeah, it's still got to get through that 182. So it's probably, look what it got to this morning today, got up to 168, 182. If it somehow takes that out, and you've got that $3 level, but you need the volume. Look how the volume is tapered off, both on the 5-minute and the 2-minute chart, just tapered off, which makes it look like, well, it is. It's kind of consolidating. Yeah, just choppy action, guys. I mean, I just don't like the way these things kind of are chopping around. For me, anyway, on the 2-minute chart, I'd love to see something that was just sort of have a nice trend. I'm going to load the other race. This might tax my system a little bit, but let's see. Oops. Nope. It's very late, of course, but I just want to check it out to see if there's at least something a little more. These are the large cappers, okay? Look at this, Pepe, still green ball, even though I've got 2 races going. What I might do anyway is instead of this, well, I don't know. I mean, this is the large cap version of this race. All I've done is I've added market cap minimum and also a minimum float. So you're not going to see stocks. You're not going to see stocks moving, 2% or more in this race. You'll certainly see stocks like that, but here you will not. Doesn't mean it's bad though. I mean, why wouldn't we want to see SOC? Well, we see it in both, actually. Interesting. We see it in both. And this looks a little more jumbled because there's only, I think I limited it to not to 8. I haven't run this race for so long that, yeah, 8. You know what? Go 10. Meanwhile, yeah, look at HYMC making new highs now. Yeah, I was thinking that that XT God, XTKG. Hard to remember that one. Yeah, if you'd bought it, you were going to buy it at 22. Yeah, you would have been stopped out at 15 cents now. That's a big, and then, from 22 to 15 is a pretty big percent move. So Rick, you see, even in this race right here, okay, a lot of times I do not. I only have four stocks right now meeting the filter requirements, but it can expand, of course. It'd be, but it's not the worst thing. I would not want to have one all day anyway. You see how it's expanded now, but that is a large cap race, and I've got some pretty, fairly tough filters, and that's why I'm not getting too many. If I open the top list it's based on, this is it right now. Now there are days in which it'll be full, but right now that's it. Well, doggone it. Look at FJet. It did do its thing. It did fine. This is the biggest bounce of the day, guys. There's about a dollar bounce now. Probably volume, CGR. I see that we see that a lot. You see what you might consider a breakout. I would always have a volume bar, like be able to check the volume. If you don't see like a big volume difference, I'm not talking about the actual number, but if you're looking at your bars, okay, I'm just looking at FJet as an example, okay. See how the volume look at that volume break right there. This is a 2-minute volume bar. Look at it compared to previous, like, got to go back quite a ways. This one is standing out. I'm not saying that this is 100% all the time. Just because you get a volume thrust like that, the stock is going to do this. But many times, you get what, just like you're talking about, a false breakout, and when you check the volume, you see there's hardly any, and it just goes right back down. So that's how I would, I would want to, I would want to check the volume bars to see if it's standing out. Now you can also, my momentum scan has a couple of, in order for it to show up, the volume in the last minute has to be 1,000% of normal, as an example. So typically, it's not a false breakout. So for me, it's always about the volume. Always about the volume. So you could take a look at my momentum scan if you want. I don't have it up and running, but you can take a look at it. Got to find my homepage because that has no. Well, relative volume is just showing, but we're talking about a volume burst. You can have a stock with a like a great high relative volume, but if at the time when you're looking at it, it may have a little pop at it, but the volume is not there also. So you could, like, here. Well, let me see if I can find one that makes sense. I mean, pretty good relative volume for HYMC 7. But you could have had a little. See, look at the volume bad right there. When I say bad, I mean hardly doing anything. So you could have had a little break and thought, oh wow, I guess it's going to break out. But then you look at the volume and it's really nothing, even though the relative volume is still high. So what I'm suggesting is that if you click on my homepage link, and go down to the scan section. And you click on that momentum scan, okay? Because one of the filters is that the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. So when you get an alert from that scan, more than likely you're going to see a volume burst, okay? And so then you can make up your mind whether or not, you think it's going to be good or not. But at least it'll be moving on some volume. See, this is more what I'm looking for. You see that move on the 2-minute chart? See how that is pretty so nice? It was pretty nice. See how the bars are keeping in touch with the top of the wave, not getting too parabolic away. The wave is fairly narrow. It's not a big fat wave. Okay. And that's what you'll typically find. Well, not, I shouldn't say typically, but on a large cap mover, it'll probably look a little bit more like this than on the volatile ones from here. Now you see the same one, HYMC and HYMC in both of them. That doesn't often happen. Somebody mentioned earlier about Novo, and Novo, yeah, I mean, this is now a gap up and reverse scan or alert. NVO, gap up and reverse. And that can be let me just bring up, say, a 30-minute chart. Yeah. So, Dragon, are you still around? Because in a 5-minute, if you're getting an alert on a 5-minute low, you would have seen this one earlier, of course. See, that can be the problem with the gap scanner, because it has to wait for a new low or a new high of the day. So if the opening bar, which here's 9:30, the opening bar was down here at 51.78. You're not going. So even though it was moving down, 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 down earlier, you're not going to see an alert until then, if that makes sense. So you see what? So you would have Novo I'm not saying if Novo, you would have seen when it made a 5-minute low, a 5-minute low, a 5-minute low, but you might get a lot of other alerts that you don't necessarily want to see. In other words, just because the stock is making a 5-minute low doesn't mean it's going to continue down. But yeah, that's the problem. If the opening bar is pretty wide, either on the high side or the low side, then the stock has to break it. Now it doesn't happen all the it doesn't happen all the time, of course, that you're going to get such a wide opening bar necessarily, but that's what can happen, because it has to break it has to be at the high of the day or the low of the day. I should have paid more attention to you, William. See, look how nice that little wave is. Okay, how narrow it is. Again, indicative of a higher float, a bigger market cap. Boy, did FJET ever have a bounce that I'm not in. So if you were fortunate enough to take this one, say down in the 14 level, just follow the wave. Look at that wave. It's hugging it. It hasn't turned. It hasn't stopped. It's still moving higher. The trend is still moving higher. It hasn't flattened out. The bars are still maintaining contact with the top of the wave, so it hasn't gone terribly parabolic. Now, there's nothing wrong. I mean, when a stock makes a low of the day, I mean, it could obviously continue down from there. And it's got room. I mean, Nova's got room. $47 was the low yesterday. It is a little surprising, though. I mean, this is the first FDA granted them acceptance as a pill for obesity. But Lilly is not far behind. Okay, so that's what they're saying. What is Lilly's pill called? If it has a pill, or it's going to have a pill, I guess. Now, who is Ozempic? I just never know who Ozempic is. And Ozempic, though, is still a shot. But if I were them, if they develop a pill, you'd want to call it oral Ozempic or something like that. You'd want to have that because they were sort of the Kleenex of the industry. So let's take a look at Lilly. Yeah, so Lilly's basically flat. Oh, was Ozempic NVO also? Really? So they've got it really, or is that what they? Okay, now I'm confused. So they call their injection Ozempic. Okay, that was the first thing, and then their oral Wegovy. I don't know how to pronounce it. Never heard it announced or pronounced. Yeah, Wegovy. I mean, ugh. maybe it's maybe it means something in Denmark that's a little more appetizing. I don't know, or in Danish, that's a little more appetizing. But Lilly's pill, and they're going to have to rename it. I mean, or for Le Grand Prix. Not rename it, but make it something a little more catchy. I have to admit, that Ozempic ad. I mean, when they teased, it seemed like they teased it for, maybe exaggerating, for months. But they teased it. Nobody knew what the heck what the ad was about. Have you Ozempic? Have you Ozempic today, or something like that? Have you heard of Ozempic? And then they never tell you what it was. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand that understand that Ozempic was developed for diabetes, but wasn't it one of these things, sort of like penicillin? It was discovered that it could also, like, penicillin wasn't penicillin; it was something else in a petri dish. And then, anyway, am I not right that it was all of a sudden? Whoa, wait a minute, we can use this for weight loss, even though it was developed for diabetes. My days, that's too hard. I think you are right about Viagra too. That was a discovery. it wasn't developed for that. That was also a discovery. But I thought that the GLP was, yeah, it was a diabetes drug, but they found that, yeah, as you say, patients were losing weight. I'm definitely going to run this race next week. I forgot. I really do like this race, a large cap race. It gives you stocks that are a little, more. I mean, I'm not saying this is wonderful because it did break up and down above the wave, but it just seems to be a little less volatile. No, no, it's going to be a lot less volatile. You're just not going to get the big percentage moves. This right here can give me the big percentage moves if I want them. So this is sort of a bit redundant. There you go. Yes, Barry. Rogaine starting to grow hair. It wasn't designed for that. So it's a race, right? Pro Jam. So just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. I just popped the link in. Pro Jam's asking for my large cap race. And click on my homepage link, scroll down, scan section, and it's right here, large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, right there. That is that race. Now remember, if you load it right now, you're not going to see, your race will start from 1:53 Eastern time, okay? You're not going to see anything that happened before. But if you want to run this race and you want to have it start, well, if you want it to start when you start trade ideas, fine, you can do that. I actually have it so that it won't start till 9:30. You can adjust it if you want. 9:30 Eastern time. So in other words, the 9:30 open. But if you want to start it, again, you can just go into the settings and you can have it start the minute you load trade ideas. So if you're loading it in the pre-market, then you can have it start running in the pre-market. So obviously it went down from the 44 cents. Okay, well, it could still rocket to $1. Rick, the day is early. Well, not early, but 2 minutes or 2 hours left. What was their news anyway? Was there actually any news in this one, or is it just moving because only 694 million shares have traded? Actually, a pretty large float, 18 million. Well, the relative volume is still huge. 1,100 times normal up to this time of day. I'm just looking. I can't see any news on this one. Well, let's see. Where could this go? Okay, right there is 50 cents. So the 50-cent level is going to be a tough one to get through right now, anyway, I think. Well, too bad. Steck is just drifting down now, guys. Not shortable for me. Steck is drifting down. STEC. Thought maybe it might have a late day run, but nope. Asti, which has won 7 races, probably going to win. Probably going to win this race. And the other thing about a race, I mean, for a stock to be moving, usually there's going to be a volume component. I don't have a minimum volume. I'm not using any volume component in here other than a minimum volume. But for a stock to be, up 10%, usually it means that the volume has exploded. And you can just see, look at the volume bar right there. Wow. Now look at FJet. Holy smokes. I mean, look at FJet now. Get up to 1540 and then boom, right back down. We hear a little noise in the background. On Hecla, HL? Yeah, pretty, again, not smooth though, is it? Not smooth. I mean, right now it looks pretty good, but not smooth. Well, certainly no sustained interest in FJet. Contrast that with the when I didn't take it again because just I thought there might be too much resistance, but see this one now, but look at the 5-minute, contrast that with Hecla. Look at the 5-minute on this gold play. Now finally it's starting to curl down a little bit. So, guys, I'm getting close. I might stay a little bit longer today, but I'm getting close to wrapping this up. So, if you have any questions, now's a great time.
But in September, we submitted a number of questions to clarify some of these answers that we needed. And the MOC did not answer the questions until a week and a half.
All right, guys, just give me a moment.
Yeah, so at that moment, I said to Alex, can you recommend, because in reality, we're a sub-consultant to Amnati.
Yeah, don't trade out of boredom. Do not trade out of boredom. There's Steck, but I don't have any faith in this one. STEC, I know it's having a little bit of a pop, but I mean it's up 4 cents. It looks big for 4%, but that's only 4 cents. Cheap stock.
So at that moment, Alex recommended companies and we said who have the history with. And that's how I reached out to you, because we want to make sure that
To y'all, yes, Mr. Texan.
they always had a SAP consultant or JD role with us. They never did the crime. So to us, we did the crime.
Well, let's take a look at ASTI. If it breaks the VWAP, let's take a look. Where is the VWAP? Well, yeah, I mean, it could, of course, it could stall it. I mean, that could act as great resistance. I mean, it's had a nice run. Not shortable for me though, even if it got stalled here. Not shortable. Just looking over my little box to see how many shares are available.
Yeah, and to be honest, we ourselves said the answers are coming so limited. It has to be like 30, what was it, 710 answers to at once. And then many of them, the questions were like, and you extend the deadline to haven't heard the ones on the months. And they didn't accept that. But we've been very successful with the 2 previous projects, so no reason for us to hesitate or going with nothing. So we didn't back up because we're sort of ready, understanding all the situation.
Very late in the game. The other thing I was going to ask is, do you think it's possible for us to get access to the questions and answers?
Yes. Yes.
Particularly those areas that affect us.
Yes, and they are in Spanish. Give me 1 second because I had to read through them, and I want to make sure. Second, that it's, I have it here. I want to see if I wait and read the translation. Sometimes it's really difficult that you. There were 7 clarifications that came out at once, but the one is the full list of questions. 1 second. I want to see if I translated that, and I did. So I will send it to you. I will say that with the TDI, but keep in mind that this is put in Google. So the only way for us is when I read through and I do a find, and then the find will tell me some of the terms. So you can do the same, looking for VHS. Yeah, so I will send you.
All right, guys. Trib, yeah, a little bit of a move, but nothing. I have a feeling this is going to stall right here. Was CHR a split today, 1 for 50? What did it do? Did it pump out a press release? Nope. They did not pump out a press release. Ooh. Jeez. You just give me a moment. Okay, guys, so the ZN is a little over 2 right now, following the wave up. And you look left on a monthly chart, 299. So it's got room in a monthly chart. It looks like the same on a weekly chart. So maybe tomorrow, what's the volume like? Pretty good. Maybe tomorrow, keep an eye on this one, the Road Zen, RDZN. And again, guys, I'm getting ready to wrap this up. So if you have any last minute questions, please ask them now. It's 2:05. And again, I won't be in for the next 3 days. See you back on Monday. The ASTI, again, if you've got shorts available for ASTI, I'd be really aware of this red line, or the purple line. That is the VWAP. So it looks like it's going to struggle to get through that. So if you have shorts available, you might want to take a look at this. And so the VWAP is at 577. And it got up to 562. So I'd be very aware of that. Now, obviously, if it takes out the VWAP, it may go on an end of day run. And the HYMC is, yeah, still hanging around the high of the day. This has the look of something that could have continuation tomorrow. It's already had 2 great days. Not just a pure silver play. It's not just, silver is doing great, but it also had some news about striking it rich in some silver vein they've got. So yesterday, so that caused the big pop. Holding over the wave right now. You too, Ozzy. Have a great. Well, I know you're not down. You really disappoint me. I thought you were down under, not in Phoenix. You shouldn't have. You should never have told me that, and have destroyed my. I know it's sad. Yes, it's sad. Well, that's okay. Still members of the Commonwealth. All right, guys. Any last minute questions? So what I'm going to do now, for you guys in YouTube, I'm going to put my link in because remember, this room, the main room, will be open until probably 3:45. So if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link, and remember, this room, scroll down a little bit. So here is the trading room. Okay, so for those of you on YouTube, this room will be open until 3:45. It'll also be open tomorrow at 6:45 Eastern time, and it'll also be open on Friday. I won't be around, but it'll be open on Friday. Same thing, 6:45. YouTube, I will not. There will be nobody streaming in YouTube for the next 3 days. Okay, well, obviously Thursday, Christmas would not be streaming, but no streaming on Wednesday or Friday. Okay, so here's the link. So you might want to save my homepage link so you can click on it tomorrow and on Friday if you want to get into the main room. So I'm going to have to shut you guys down right now.